right in here and get right back to some Satisfactory. So, I do apologize for the delay there, but we're going to pick up where we left off. So, for those who missed where we're at with Satisfactory, this is the same day as the last one, so if you're checking this out later on YouTube and it seems like this video ends up being a shorter one, that's basically what happened, is we had a first chunk to Satisfactory, I did some American Truck Simulator with Ultrasaurus, who's a friend of the channel, and then we're doing more Satisfactory. But where we left off, for our Phase 4, we've only got 2 things left to go. We're a little bit over, we're just about to come up on 2/3 the way through on the things coming out of our particle accelerator, and then I've got my robotic control things way over there, and that's what we're trying to fix. And the issue we've been running into with that is I'm running low on steel, I'm running low on copper, and I'm running low on plastic. And so that's what I'm trying to fix. I've already done one giant tour of the factory today so far. As you can see, though, where the buildings were distinctly all separated, they are still separated, but where it was really easy to see before, you're now getting a very narrow gap in between the buildings, as the buildings have begun to just expand more and more and need more and more space. Have I had to keep scaling up. We did have to set up a second nuclear reactor. Hey, Ultrasaurus, thank you so much for the raid. We crashed a truck, my dude. Welcome in, Ultra. I hope you had yourself a good stream playing some American Truck Simulator. We were hanging out doing that together. I was just introducing to what's happening to our factory here. Let me go and get to a high vantage point. But welcome in, Raiders. If you do not know Ultrasaurus, we were just streaming with Ultra. Like literally minutes ago, we were streaming with Ultra. I don't. Were you here? But yeah, so definitely a fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games, good times, a lot of overlap in the types of games we play. Like, I would say there's in 90-ish percentile overlap in the games we play. So, you know, if you like the stuff here, you're probably gonna like it there. Which of course that means it also works in the inverse for all the Raiders popping in. But we have been having ourselves a little bit of a binge time with Satisfactory. We have my main factory down there. You used to be able to really make out distinctly the different parts of the factory where I had like, well, first, follow Ultrasaurus. We'll wait for it. But thank you so much for those follows. Welcome to the stream. But, it used to be very obvious that, like, there is 5 completely separate platforms down here, but the factory must grow. So while they are still separate platforms, and I think there's actually 6, finding the gaps in between them is getting harder and harder because everything is growing into everything. But we have, like, that middle area is iron, that area is crystal, that area is limestone, that area is aluminum, this area over here is steel, this giant monolith is copper, this area over here is Geiger counter, I mean nuclear, but also Geiger counter. This is 1000% neater than Drongo's mess. That's because you can't see under the building. We hide our messes. Thanks again to the cowboy friend. Glad we can make that work. You have to wake up at 5 hours, so raid and dash. No problem. You raid and dash. Get your snacks, get your sleep, get your stuff. Take care of yourselves and all that. But absolutely. And thank you, Cam Corgi, for the lurk. Yeah, because you get that. Now, this is one of, oh, I'm not moving full speed. This is one of our favorite areas because we go down here, and if I get closer and closer to these boxes, they start killing me very aggressively. That's part of my base. It's a wonderful time. And that's because that is all of my nuclear power, and I am keeping all my nuclear waste on site. This is new for 1.0. And then down there we have our oil production, and then way over there I've got plastic production. Yeah. 8 Ratogen is not great at table. Rotogen, not great, not terrible. What? I'm clearly missing something. But yeah, so we're keeping a bunch of nuclear waste right here, and it makes my body make sad noises. I can fix that. I just haven't. You already built the second reactor? Yeah, I had to. That particle accelerator... Oh, Trojan is Chernobyl reference. Ah, I see. Yeah, so I had to bring that online because I built the particle accelerator and was alarmed to see that the particle accelerator, when it's fully wound up, takes 1,500 megawatts of power. And so while our power did hold it, because I've got a lot of batteries to buffer, it was very clear that that was something that was going to practically need its own nuclear reactor committed to it. Oh, I can get rid of the multi-stream timer thing. Because we're not doing that anymore, so disable timer, and we're good to go. I just had that way because otherwise I would forget about it, and then I'd feel bad, and I didn't want to feel bad. Alright. So, where we're at right now is the two things I'm trying to make is that big ring over there is making my particle accelerator goodies, and I've got this thing making whatever those are, assembly director systems. So I need 80 more of those to finish this current tier out, and this poor thing has been struggling to keep pace. So I need more supercomputer. Are you... We have a problem with this belt is what we have. Let's test. Let me grab all the supercomputers out of you two. And let's pop down here. And shove them in the box so the supercomputers pop out. Because if I shove them in this box, I can watch to see which ones they don't go into, and it tells me if something's broken. Okay, so you're getting them. Okay, so they're all getting them. It was just weirdly skipping one. Let's see. You boosted your accelerator to 22 gigawatts while finishing tier 4 with coal and hydroelectric only. I mean, the coal is actually pretty doable, as is the hydrothermal. You would definitely have to scale it up a lot, though. Like, that's the thing. Part of me was like, I could drop a snail in there. But if I turn that up, it's a multiplier every time. And that gets real expensive. I kind of want to see how high the power gets. Alright, so we're using 1.4 megawatts. So if our power grid can handle it, I'm down to try doubling that. That should double the power consumption to, I think, 3K. Alright. Oh. Max consumption 11,000 megawatts. Oh, that's actually pushing too close to our limit. Alright. One. We can do one. I was looking at that when it spooled. Oh, it's still sitting at like 8,000. And my max capacity is not 8,000. Oh, you can get to 2,500 with one of those in there? Nah, friend. That's too rich for my blood. Let's let that wind down real fast and not blow a breaker. That's so expensive. 22 gigawatts while making nuclear pasta. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get a feel for, like, if I... Because it seems to calculate it at what phase. So that's saying 1,500 for this one. Oh, don't take those out. So that's saying 1,500 megawatts is what's supposed to go up to. Oh yeah, because that's all I produce. Because I want to speed that up. That's my goal, is to get this phase done before the thing. No power boosters. You know, also, I could potentially go over to my nuclear power plants and throw some slugs in there to boost it. Yeah, no, I haven't. I've got some stuff I haven't unlocked yet. So I wanna see what we can get this up to. That's getting dangerously high. So we get up to basically 9,200, and that's sitting at about 7 something. Which surprises me it's actually getting that high. I want to see when this refreshes, because it looks like when I put the slug in and I cranked it up, it didn't refresh that number. Versus when I put the 2 in, it jumped all the way up to 2,500. I'm going to make bad choices. Alright, we're putting the 2 in, I'm cranking it up, I'm walking away, we're going to our nuclear power plants, and I'm going to try to boost my nuclear power plants to offset that. Did you ever add those 15 or so batteries you talked about yesterday? Yeah, I added about 15 batteries. Which was good, because when I first turned that thing on, it absolutely overwhelmed our power infrastructure real fast. So that was a very immediate, oh crap. Like, don't get me wrong, we didn't pop the breaker, but that's because as it ramped up and down, it was draining the batteries as opposed to shutting the whole grid down. Which is when we built the second nuclear reactor. And then we've also added a second oil refinery just because I had to up my plastic production, and then we had the byproduct of petroleum anyways, so it's like, alright, we'll just shove that into a power plant anyways, because why not? So what I'm thinking is, right now these are consuming 0.2 each, if I'm not mistaken, and we're making 0.6. So if I shove one of those in there and crank that up, how much are you consuming now? So you're consuming 0.3. So I pop over here, they drop down there, they crank that up, so you're going to take 0.3, so we're now break even. I'm going to drop down here, I'm going to drop you in there, and crank you up, and I didn't see what it is, but it'll be over 0.6. Alright, so let's take a look at our power while I'm not getting slowly irradiated. Okay. So, that bumped us up to almost 12,000. I think that'll be fine. Because the big point right now is I need to keep the red robotic control unit things going. I need those to keep producing. And I need the other thing going. That's what's keeping us from finishing Phase 4, and I have no idea what I need for Phase 5. And that's the big reason I want to get Phase 4 done tonight, is I want to be able to see where we go with that. So we got another 10, so that's good news. That puts us up to 50. You're running at 100%. You're running at 46% because you need more adaptive control units. And then you two are barely running at all because you need adaptive control units. So let's go over and check out the adaptive control units. You did all that last week? Yeah, I've done all of this in the last week. We've been streaming this pretty hard. Normally I do 9-hour streams, but we've been going long every single night because, look, I don't have a problem. You have a problem. My problem is you think I have a problem. Or my problem is you know I have a problem. I'm not sure which of those. It's one of them. But, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Maybe crank up the adaptive control units with 3 slugs. What I'll probably do is instead of cranking them up with 3 slugs, I'm going to take a look at... I don't remember where I'm making those, to be honest. There we go. I'm just going to go and pop them in there, because I don't have a lot of slugs. And generally speaking, most of the time I don't just say more slugs. Most of the time I go, I'll build another. I'm going to actually make 2 more of these. But I need to grab motors from my other building. We all have a problem? Was that an option? Fair enough. I'm willing to take mutual responsibility. Oh man. The motors aren't keeping up now. Oh right, the straters weren't keeping up either. That's not an immediate problem. That is a soon problem. And a soon problem isn't something I have to worry about. I need wires. Alright, well, I'm going over this way anyway, so let's go look at the straters since I will be right there anyways, because I need to pick up more cable. Which is the phase of the game we're at, is no matter what I'm doing, it's, okay, what thing has fallen out of whack that now I need to fix? You know, I built 10 new of this machine, what did that break? Okay, let's go fix the thing I broke. So this is the straters. And you are all running at capacity. The downside is that's consuming our steel pipe. And the reason why that's a problem is we've already identified that my steel pipe needs its production expanded on. And that's going to force that issue. So I grabbed 3 stacks of some cable. So what I'm going to do is before I touch the straters, I already know my steel pipe's a problem. You could say the soon problem is an immediate problem in disguise, sometimes. Yeah, so we're going to go over here. I'm going to put down enough of those to get the adaptives going, because having more adaptives will get my my other stuff going faster. Because once we finish Phase 4, I'll shut off all these machines. And we'll just go with it. It'll probably be a thing that whatever Phase 5 is, it'll either be the same things I'm already producing, I will just need way more of. Or it'll be just cheaper there. Alright, so let's line you way up here. So all the way over there, you should be lined up. Alright, let's go let's go get some aluminum. You like the base layout? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, over time it's gotten a little poisoned. You can definitely see where I started running into problems when I went from having the really nice, like, every floor has their things, and then we have the spines to bring it up to, oh wait, I need that in the other building. Because it looks nice over here, and then you go down to this. This is the skeleton in the closet. We try to avoid looking at it. So it all looks clean up here, except for when I find it was like, I don't want to run that the whole way down, over and back up, so I'm just gonna mash it against the wall and call it a day. You know, it happens. Spaghetti your favorite? Yeah, sometimes you gotta go hard on the spaghetti. That makes me unhappy that the aluminum is low. Did I not fix that? Give me a stack here. Give me a stack here, because those aren't urgent problems. Yeah, we don't talk about the basement. Right. Everything has a scary closet you stay out of, and that is our scary closet you stay out of. Sometimes you just have a nightmare closet. Okay. I can see we're low on computers again, so that's my next problem. Because that's clearly going to be the next thing that gives out. Alright. Okay, so with that, those are now scaled up. Which takes us to our next problem, which is the computers. So let's just get ready for this Oh, Sloop got turned back off because that's what happens every single time. I just get so used to Sloop always being on. So it's just one of those things. There we go. Or sorry, not Sloop, Zoop. So it's just one of those things that when I step away from the game to play something else and then come back, or like when we start the stream for the first time in the day, I just expect it to be there. And then it's not. And that fills me with sadness. Because then I build things wrong. Alright, so that should be enough for 2 more of those. I need to go get some iron plates. Spaghetti monster incoming? Yes. Alright, so good news is that should give me more adaptive cores, and the more adaptive cores should give me more of the radio control whatevers, and all of that good stuff. We're getting really close to done with all this. Oh yeah, that's so much faster. We already got 13 of those. Yeah, so we should be good. We will, most likely when we get to Phase 5, I'm going to have to put down another particle accelerator, start turning our nuclear waste into not nuclear waste. I also am expecting the supercomputers to become a real problem soon. Yeah, so you're running at 100%. You're still at only 24%. You're at 18%. You're at 5%. So basically, that one's running at capacity, and the other two are barely have a pulse. So let's drop down to our iron plates. Because as you can see, this has been expanding. You don't have all of this processing, and you are still at a net loss with your iron plates. All of this, and you are still not producing enough iron plates. Alright, that's fine. Slug hunt? Oh no, I don't need more slugs. I'm good on the slugs front. I don't go up to every machine and just slap slugs in them. I generally expand my factory most of the time versus the slugs. The exception being stuff like, don't do that. Stuff like power plants I'll often... Oh, you know what? Those aren't getting enough ingots. Yeah, so I'll more often... Ultimately, I'll put slugs in, like, drills and stuff like that have, like, kind of very hard capacity limits. I can't just put down another drill right next to the other one. You're playing Azerty, new sign 6, which is open the console. Is there a way to change it? You don't seem to find it fine. Unfortunately, I don't know. It is unfortunate when games don't have support for not QWERTY. I use a Dvorak computer instead of a QWERTY computer. I often have to reset myself back to QWERTY control schemes, though, because of it. Alright, so you're fully upgraded. You're upgraded. You're upgraded. Alright, so we're having a problem where I need... Oh, right. Didn't I start finally putting slugs in some of these because of just, like, I'm out of room. My smelter area doesn't... We've hit the limit. I can't grow it without building out, like, a whole extra floor, which I may do. Yeah, I'm gonna just slug it up. Slug it up! It's just with these, you can go through slugs so fast. And usually I just want them for stuff like, hey, give my power plant more juice. Oh, you already have one, give it back. Alright, so we bumped that up by 3. All of these have ore on them, so it's not an ore problem. Do you like the Dvorak layout? Yeah, no, I've been using it, getting pretty close to 10 years now. But getting to about the same level of proficiency from where I was at with QWERTY with Dvorak could probably be somewhere in the ballpark of 6 months. I know I used to have, like, notes on How long it took me to get back to my old typing speed and how long it took me to do this and that. I don't remember those details, though. It did take me like a good month and a half to get to the point where it didn't feel just like slow kind of thing. I'm accepting I'm just putting slugs here because I'm in limited space. Because the alternative is I'm going to have to build a whole second floor. If I do get to the point that conveyor belt cannot handle what I'm putting into it, then that forces it. I'll have to get more iron ore and do that. But I'm trying to just bump up this one line. You know why QWERTY was made, and why Dvorak was made? QWERTY was made to keep commonly used letters far from each other in order to prevent jamming in mechanical typewriters. Yep. And then Dvorak was people actually sitting down there saying, but no, what can we do to make typing as fast as you can? And Dvorak does so with consideration of people working in like software development and in English. Whereas you have languages like Workman as a keyboard layout. Workman is more for regular English speech type typing. And so you got a bunch of that kind of stuff. Alright, so hopefully we start seeing that picking up. Oddly enough, there's still more words that you could type with your left hand alone with QWERTY. Yep. I mean, you're going to run into that. So we have upped the capacity of the ingots coming in here. So one thing I could actually do that'll help alleviate this a little bit, and it's one of those things that I keep saying I shouldn't do it, I shouldn't do it, I shouldn't do it, is I'm going to put a smart splitter there. I'm going to put a merger over here. I'm going to plug that in there. And congratulations, if you are on overflow, put it on that line. And that should solve that problem. This belt should be literally saturated. And that should start to split the difference between those. Basically, we're doing a load balancing is what we're doing. Yeah, that's what you like to see. So it's getting farther up here. My hope is that we're getting enough down this way. Yeah, so it's filled up that one. This one will probably fill up soon. I don't know if we'll get the whole way down the line, but you get the idea. It should keep those running. And honestly, now with this, I can take those slugs back. I'm gonna take just one from each. Because I generally prefer not ramping stuff like random machines like this up with the slugs. Because later on, I'll just assume I don't have slugs in them, and it becomes a headache. One slug I'll keep there, though. But I think since we've load balanced it, it should make that not as big of an issue. Nice factory, it almost looks satisfying. Almost. It's not, but it's almost. Alright, so that fixed a few... Alright, we were over here and we were dealing with computers. That's what we were working on. Still need plates? I thought I grabbed 2 stacks. Nope. I had grabbed some and then I immediately used them. That's right. And let's see if we're seeing those plates build up in the boxes now. Okay, so it's not building up in the boxes yet. But I know I could steal some out of here. Alright, so we needed to go over here and we were expanding all this. Have you made this all alone? Yes. Most of the time you'll find I play games solo. Alright. Oh, right. I wanted to add... Okay, so I need the frames. Let's go get the frames. Because I have spares of those now. Where does it say what capacity a building is currently running at? So if you look at it, it'll tell you, like, this is how much we're producing here, this is how much we've got there. But if you look down here, you'll see the... Like, right there is the current amount. So this tells me that this building making the 2 radio control units is running at its maximum capacity. So I know I jumped around there, but like, so you can see here that we're running at our maximum capacity. If I were to go up to that and it says, hey, I'm running like 50% or whatever, then you know it's not. Just curious, how much power are we rocking? We are able to consume up to 13,000, and our capacity is about 12,000. I am noticing massive spikes in my power, though. I think when I turned up those nuclear reactors, I may have exceeded the water consumption they can handle, and so I might need to go over there and fix that. As in, I should. Right away. Alright, Harry. You have a good one. So let's grab the frames, and then I gotta... Do you have battery storage and backup? Yes, I do have battery storage. So that's the only reason the power isn't, like, slamming on and off constantly. Is because I do have a lot of battery storage, and that is helping keep the lights on. Anytime it spikes up higher than I can handle. But I need to go fix that, because that is going to escalate if I leave it alone. I just want to do this real fast before I forget. Again, production for 2 more computer areas. And I'm seeing another thing I need to deal with. You're full, but I'm seeing literally nothing on that belt. On any of these. Oh, I bet you. Range check these. I got a capacity problem on something else that's going to go out of whack soon. Oh, never mind. I'm going to build them. It's just going to make my existing problem worse. But let's get these hooked up real quick. And then we go check in my nuclear power. And then once we've checked in our nuclear power, then I need to deal with whatever's going on over here. But yeah, it looks like I've suddenly run out of circuit boards entirely. And that'll be a big problem. It also looks like my plastic might be low. But I'm gonna just deal with that as we get there. You're supposed to be computers, and we could drop you in, and you in, and you in. And computers. Okay. So before we get distracted with the circuit boards, which are a problem, let's go check out our nuclear power. I think when I added those extra slugs in, that was enough to push my water consumption over what I could actually handle. Because those water extractors maxed out make about 300 meters cubed per minute, and the nuclear reactors without a slug in them consume about 250 meters cubed. So there's a good chance that I put that extra slug in there, I pushed to like 325, 3 whatever, a little extra bump there, and that'd be enough that the nuclear reactors might be turning off because of water. If that is the case, genuinely taking the slug out will help my help the power more. Otherwise, I would need a second extractor for each of those. And honestly, I'll just take the slug out. Because there's probably a lot more rebalancing I need to do over here anyways that I'm just ignoring, trying to, you know, push through the next tier. Yeah, so you are consuming 360, so I cannot handle it. It's not enough water. There we go. So that'll fix that problem. So basically, I need to get more water and get that all hooked up. I'm not going to deal with that. We're just going to move on and pretend that's not a problem. And that does mean our power consumption can really get way beyond here. So it should pop up again. Because our power capacity... Yes, I think we're okay. If I want to do more there, I need to up my nuclear fuel cell production as well. And I'm just not ready to tackle that. Because we should be getting pretty close on all of these things to being done. And you are up to 50%, you're at 100%, you're at 20%, you're at 30%. Okay, so those have come up a bit, because it was like 4%, 11%, and 20%, and then the one was still at max. So we have improved it. We'll drop off this stuff real fast over here. So I only need 17 more of the things from the particle accelerator and only 30 more from there. So we're on the home stretch. We should have that knocked out. There is a chance I might be able to get that knocked out before my normal stream wrap time, which, like I said, I'm planning on going along regardless, so whatever. So you have everything you need here. But you're not what I'm worried about. Meanwhile, for these, as you can see, they're waiting on computers. Is electricity max consumption really matter? You never reach the max ever. Right, you'll almost never actually hit your max consumption. The only exception that sometimes happens is if your power entirely goes off, and when you flick it back on, sometimes everything kicks in at the exact same second. But generally speaking, you will be unlikely to be at your max regularly. So, we are seeing that I am not getting enough circuit boards. So let's go find our circuit board production and see what's holding it up. I'm having a feeling was it copper sheets that we use circuit boards? Yes. So as you can see, this very first one's at 65% production. This is at 8%. We're going to get to the end, it's going to be like 1 or 2%. It's 0%. And so me building more stuff here, not going to solve that problem. Because I have enough machines producing stuff, they don't have enough resources to actually do the production side of things. So let's go over here to where our copper sheets are. And the problem we have here is that whole row you see going all the way down there, that's my copper sheet row. I am already seeing the problem, which is the ingots going in are insufficient. So that's lovely. Okay, that's not helping that either, because that's empty as well. Because that's a smart splitter, so anytime this lane overflows, it dumps it into the other box. And both of these boxes are empty. So let's take a look, make sure we're getting enough ore down the whole line. Is it time for a new mine yet? So far, not looking like it. Ah, you are short. So that row over there is fine. This row doesn't have enough ore coming into it. So let's go backtrack this, make sure our drills are fully updated and all that. Yeah, these ones we've already maxed out. They're fully slugged and they're the max tier. So we are finally at that point. I need to get ourselves some more copper. So we've got a normal purity node to our north up here. But I got 3 nodes down here. So those 3 nodes are going to be what we're looking at. So those to the southeast. It's time to get more copper. Excuse you. That should be a solved problem. No. How have you gotten more plastic into your system again? We handled this already. Well, all right. Let's check our belts. We got plastic contamination. We had this problem earlier. It's probably some leftovers that were still on the train. Oh man. It's gonna be a full stack worth too. Yep. Here. One thing we're gonna do, let me grab that. I gotta put it back. Did I put it the wrong way? No, that's right. I guess weirdly it's just not going to connect automatically. Alright, so at least took all the plastic out of that main trunk there. I still got to clean up this mess. Because I don't want to rerun all of these. Oh, I'm gonna have to. So pick that up, grab you, shove you there. Pick that up, shove you there. Pick that up, shove you there. Okay, so we have unscuffed that. So that line should have no more plastic on it. We'll double check to make sure we fix it elsewhere. Alright, but that's that line for rubber. Where's my other rubber line? There's the other rubber line. Not seeing any blue along there. Double checking now that the trains are... Can I check the train's actual trailer? No. But that's still fine. And pop over here and say, hey, go ahead and take some of this plastic from me here. So you're going to let that pull away, and I want to double check to see if it has any plastic in it. Weirdly, there's nothing coming out of that. No plastic in there. So yeah, so I think it may have been just 1 or 2 stacks of plastic were still in the train when we got contaminated earlier. And the good news is most of this hadn't gotten all the way back to where we wanted. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing we did last time to fix this. I'm going to put that down and pick it up. And all I'm doing that is it'll be faster than me deleting all of it, like, little by little. That... It's in the right place. Why are you not... That's fine. Where is your other connection point? Alright, it's over here. Weirdly, it's acting up now. That's fine, I can get around it. You're facing the wrong way, question mark? Okay, that's that problem. Alright, so now that's a whole big process. And that'll clear that line. We've got your connection here. We can stamp it there. Grab you. Reconnect you. Grab you. Reconnect you. And we actually didn't get that much. Alright, so we have fixed where we had contamination there. It's good that we caught that, because that was going to be blocking our turbo motors, which we're not using much of yet, but those are a thing that I want to make sure I have being produced just fine. So that was a whole pain in the butt. But that explains why a lot of things got jammed, is all of that. So hopefully that's a done issue. Meanwhile, let's pop back over here. As I try to remember where I'm making things. Okay, so that's 16. Alright, so you only need 14 more of those, and like 10 more of the other thing. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the streamer. Well, just welcome to streamer? Words are hard. Welcome to the stream. Okay. I don't know where I got the alien protein from. Yes, I got 14 more of those, 8 more of those, and then that's finished. Which is good news, because then I'll be able to shut stuff off, and we'll see what we're in for on the other side. Let's get rid of this alien protein we have on ours. Because I was about to go work on our copper, and then I got pulled aside because I saw that our belts were contaminated, and that'll shut down entire parts of the factory. It's one of the worst case scenarios is when you have all that. Because whatever machine's on the receiving end is just done. Let's also take a peek at our particle accelerator real fast, and just take a quick gander and see if it's still getting enough copper dust. It is not. So honestly, give that back. There's no point in taking way more power if it cannot run at that speed. I actually genuinely think it's literally just got to run at regular speed. We consumed the entire buffer we had. But that's fine. It'll only take us like 10-15 minutes to wrap that up. We're gonna be good there. Like, genuinely, I think we're literally at just, let's wait it out. I'll take a peek at the copper, though. Because I have a feeling no matter what's gonna happen, that's gonna be a pain. That's like, no ingots are getting through there. Right, so copper coming in on this line, insufficient. So what we were doing is, let's double check. Production, drill 3. Okay, so I'm going to need 15 supercomputers. And then some of, like, what were they, magnetized frames or something like that. If it ends up being a thing that the supercomputers are what's keeping this going, I'm going to ignore it and just leave the problem as it is. So that's got 15. You've got 10. You've got 5. Keep that running. Alright, so we've got that. For the Mark III drill, I will need 1 more regular drill. I will need a little bit more steel pipe. Let's go grab our steel pipe, which I'm expecting to not have enough because our steel's been in a bad place for a long time now, and I'm too busy to fix it. Alright, I need to make a... Well, where's the magnetized frames? I think they're up here, right? And you're gonna have nothing in there. And where are those going? Actually, how many do I need? I can just grab them. I will need 30 total. There we go. Okay, and... Wait, is that not the right ones? Oh, I'm grabbing the modular frames. I mean, I need those too. Modular frame. Heavy modular frame. Okay, where's the magnetized frames going? You have the box. You drop down this way. You go down that way. Popping over here. I know it's one of the requirements for one of the things we have in this building. I just don't remember which one. Honestly, by the time I track this down, we're done with this section. There we go. Now I need 30 of these. Cool. Now I need to pop over here and make myself one more of the portable drills. That's on you. Let's take a quick inventory to see if I've got my 6 things from the particle accelerator yet, because we should be right about there. Nope. Okay. In that case, let's go over here to the copper nodes. I think I have what I need for those. Yeah, so I believe that's where they are, right over there. But there should be 3 of them relatively in the similar area. And so what I want to do is I want to hook up to all 3. And what I'm going to have to check is what it's going to take to get them home. And the reason for that is one belt carries 760 units. And I have a feeling I'm going to need 2 belts. So 200? Oh, wait. What's your new number? 600. Well, that's a belt by itself. You can worry about the other ones later. That's a belt all in its own. 600 out of 760. Yeah, there's a little bit extra on your belt, but there's not going to be one of those that runs so low that I don't just need that. I need more aluminum. It's a problem. Okay. Like, that's honestly the thing I'm running into, is I'm running out of materials. So where people are like, oh, you need to make the thing where you can build anywhere. It's like, the problem isn't even... Like, I've had to go back to get more stuff like cement and all that. But a lot of the stuff that I keep going back for, it's because I'm physically running out of. Like, this box... Oh, finally this box has some in it. Never mind. I'd say that box, I want there to be more in there. So let's check on you. You're up to 3 out of the 6 I need. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. We're still gonna have to wait in this one, so I'll just keep running the conveyor over. And my intention is probably to merge it into one of the existing belts and just try and take the belt that's just not getting enough on it and make that happen. Like, genuinely, all of these belts probably eventually need to be load balanced and all that, where, you know, I try to put more than the max on the belt and then just use the smart splitter to overload onto a second belt, the smart splitter overload Like, the Factorio used to have that strategy where if you did the bus-style base, you would have, you know, your 8 or 9 conveyor belts next to each other and just have one of them. Like, you'd put everything on the first belt, it would spit over the second belt, spit over the third belt, and you didn't have to care. You could just go to the entrance part, hook up to a belt as long as there's an open spot. Belt balancer would sort it out. The only time you'd run into is if you started trying to connect too many full belts to it. Like, you know, you literally hit the capacity of the belt balancer. That was an issue. But usually by then you were doing all sorts of, like, late game shenanigans where you'd have, like, dedicated things where you just take a blueprint, stamp out an entire production location. You know, have a train pickup. The train pickup would just drop off there. So this is the right... This is not the right building. That's Bastille building. Okay. So, what are your production? So you're at 300 per minute? And you, I believe, were at 600 per minute? $300. So those are collectively at 600. So realistically, if I'm putting this in there, I'm just gonna wedge it in there right now. I was gonna say I'm probably going to need to make a new dedicated area for him, but honestly, right now, I need that line of stuff working, so I'm not gonna sweat it. I'm just gonna go, hey, put that there. Cool. So it should be a fully saturated belt. Obviously, I'll want to split that off later. Right now, I am just trying to get the smelters back to running at capacity. Like, another way I could deal with this is ultimately get rid of one of those, build more of these out here, and then merge in the route to pick up when the other one drops off. But yeah, so we should see where this is at 26%. You can see that this is slowly climbing now, so that'll go up to 100%. So that should resolve that problem for right now. Not in the best, more future-proof way, but in the I need this to be just working and I don't feel like dealing with it right now kind of way. Alright, so I need no more of these. And by the time I go over there, and I'm leaving that running just in case Phase 5, I need a bunch of that garbage too. Like, I don't know what Phase 5 has. But I do believe we will have stuff I need to do in Phase 5 to finish all that. I don't know if we're going to get... Now we're just going to have the same things, and I need to make a bunch of them. Okay, so I need one more thing out of the particle accelerator. And then once I have that, we are done with Phase 4. So let's all hang right here, staring at it intently for the next minute and a half. And then once we get all that set up, like I said, I need to get one of these set up by our nuclear to deal with making our nuclear waste not, like, to reuse it. Which will be interesting, because the implication of that is that I am going to need to, with how much these cost in power to run at a normal speed, I'm going to potentially need a nuclear power plant specifically to run my particle accelerate, my particle accelerator to make the plutonium for my nuclear power plants. The reason, Chris, that we're not playing Ronin Liberty or New World or any of those other games you just mentioned is because we're playing Satisfactory. Keep in mind, we have currently about 150 people watching over here on Twitch that, like, it would be a really weird choice to be like, hey, why don't we just do something else? I guess. There we go. And here we go. Progress begets progress. Yes. This game is great. Oh yeah, no, I've played Satisfactory a little bit here and there. This is definitely the farthest I've been in the game. The farthest I'd been before that is I remember I was either right about to unlock nuclear power or something like that. But here we go. Time for our video that's going to tell us what the next phase has.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix-it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
So, I'm not sure if you caught, it was like, I'm not going to bother explaining, and it was, don't ask, you wouldn't understand, and all that. And I don't know what the last one is, but it distinctly looked like some sort of, like, portal to another world. There was also one for about an AI expansion unit. Bad ideas, all of this. All of this is bad. Oh, that's 1,000 particle accelerating things item I needed? Ah. And clearly it had a warp drive as one of the things.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish Project Assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
Okay, so, before I touch anything, let's go down here to the hub and see what I am unlocking. Phase 9. We have matter conversion. The converter harnesses reanimated SAM to enable precise matter and energy transmutation. Power usage is very high and unstable. Fixed site ingots, producing by constructing other metals on a molecular level using SAM, synthesized by Fixit. This is a perfect construction material and used in the most high-end process. Fixit Trigon, which is made from ingots. Okay. We have diamonds, which is we make diamonds using that. We have time crystals, which are diamonds that have been reconfigured to a subatomic structure. We have the biochemical structure, which is one of our requirements. All right. And then we've got SAM materials. So what's interesting is this is now giving me the choice to do SAM if we hadn't figured out. We've got quantum encoding, which All of these say power consumption is ridiculous. Dark matter crystal, concentrated dark matter residue that is isolated in crystalline vessel. This form of containment allows for utilizing dark matter reliably in other product procedures. Superposition oscillator uses mechanical resonance and vibrating crystals to create a string vibration of precise frequency, often used in teleportation technology and manipulation. AI expansion server. Oh. It takes 2,000 megawatts average to produce. Blueprints 3. Spatial energy. Main portal enables the Pioneer to teleport between two linked portals. Each portal can only have a single link. A link can only be between the main and a satellite portal. Singularity cell used to break down space and time required to power portals. Ballistic warp drive. Peak efficiency. Oh, there is a higher level of conveyor belt. Well, we're going to select our first milestone, and we're going to get to work. Because, dear goodness. Now, the catch is, I couldn't see the recipes for all these things. So I don't know what I should and shouldn't be producing for a lot of the stuff. I mean, besides the AI being biological, potentially has vast knowledge. So this thing, I want to keep running on those, because I had to make 1,000 of them. I don't know if I need to keep making the remote control units, because I don't know what those other things are. I have a feeling I'm going to. I'm just going to honestly leave it alone and let it fill up boxes. We're going to leave everything running. What? Actually, did I? I'm just going to turn everything on and leave it running. And any of those resources we don't need are just going to jam up boxes. And then I can choose to ignore them from there. So I'm going to drop back down to this tower. We were making the engine-looking things somewhere here. It's not there. Was it this tower? No, I think it was this tower. Yeah, we're going to turn on all of our machines and just let them produce. Just in the off chance we need those when we get later on. I don't remember where stuff was. Okay, so we've got the thing up top still going. There you are. So turn that back on. And I think the other one was the steel tower. But I'm just going to let those churn out. That is going to strain all of our resources. I just have this sneaking suspicion that we're going to get to the point where I need those later. And if I don't do that, I'm going to be stuck behind the curb. Yeah, and then turn you on. Okay, so it should be everything back on. So, first off, new buildings. Do I have? I do not. That's fine. Alright, so I need to make enough of the things over here, enough of the cooling towers, and all that. I should have a bunch of this laying around already. That's the oscillating things. I'm not getting enough of those. That's another problem I gotta deal with. You are the adaptives. That's not what I'm looking for either. The adaptives were earlier on, so it's not this tower. It's going to be the aluminum tower. So hook up the other two copper veins. Well, the problem is not... I'm going to have a lot of stuff to do. We're not even at the point of figuring out what I'm needing at the moment. What I need to figure out is of the things we need here. Okay, so I need 500. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ow. We've got those. I need the fancy cube things. You're out of rubber? That's not... Oh! How are you contaminated again? Did I just... I bet you I just mixed cleaning these up. No, I did connect the one. And then I went, oh, I'm gonna need more belts for that. And then I didn't bother with the others, because I chose just to not bother with the others at all. Because it solved... No, don't do that. Because it solved the problem I needed solving. So I do have something that we could expand, but I don't need to expand just because I need to expand. I need to expand because of purpose. Okay, so that should clean up that belt and get those. Smart splitter plus sync. Why do you have plastic in there again? I picked up that belt just 2 seconds ago. Well, no, so the problem is I have to do multiple of those back where we're at. What shouldn't be happening is those shouldn't be getting on that belt. That should already be resolved. That's what it's throwing me off, is that should be fixed. But apparently I still have a little bit somewhere. Alright, so back to what I was doing, which is I was looking here for which of these machines I was consuming those. So I need 2 stacks of them. Cool. And now I need the radio control units, and I got the painful reality that that is out of radio control units, which implies I'm not making enough of them. But let's double check that. So we're going to drop this off to try and get the matter conversion. Let's also, yeah, so drop this in, drop you in, drop you in. Oh, I need 250 of those? No, don't do that. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going again? Okay, so you're making those. That box is empty. You're running at full capacity. Congratulations. It's time to get larger. I need concrete. And I did notice a lot of this needs to use SAM, so I do have to fix, like, I finally actually do have to fix that problem. Which is what I'm going to do here, is I am going to hook up a couple of these remote control unit production things, and then I'm going to go run off and deal with the SAM, because those are going to take a while to catch up, which is going to be my matter conversion is going to have to wait until that happens. You can run to the next thing. SAM is no longer a luxury. Correct. So you are taking 3.75 per minute. And you are producing probably 2. 2.5. Alright, so you really just need one more for right now. I forgot that this one, weirdly, I just did a different lineup for all my belts. I don't know why, in the moment, I just was like, oh, I could just do it this way, and then completely forgot about it. That's fine, I know they're... Oh, wait, you're wrong. You're wrong. Don't be there. That's actually going to mean I have one thing I've been putting off that's an immediate thing I got to fix before the SAM. And that's the oscillating crystals. Because those we've already identified have been going down in the amount I have here. And I'm literally taking them away. So let's go downstairs and we'll just pop in our part in that, which is probably going to be pushing our quartz to its limit. Okay, so just want to make sure that's actually connected correctly, and then we can go down. We're gonna check on our quartz, and then once we got the quartz, oscillating quartz thing, we'll run down real quick and check the SAM. Which, like I said, I have had a drill sitting there the whole time running, completely filling a box, but nothing past there. Oh, you're going the wrong way. What? Why was the merger pointing that way? So merger. And that's why we test. I guess everything just got turned funny because of that. Okay, we're good. And I will drop you in there for now. Okay, so we've got that sorted out. This is where we're making the oscillator things. It's fully booked. It produces 1 per minute, and we are consuming about 3 per minute. It's actually 2.5, but I'm gonna say it's 3. I need to grab more frames, so I need to expand that real fast. And so goes on our life of I need more. Oh yeah, no, the SAM will help. We definitely need that. But I'm trying to get this online so that while I'm off dealing with the SAM, because it's not going to help me until I get it fully set up, and we're starting with most of it not set up. I need the motors. That basically, it's going to take me a little bit to get that online. If I can have this running on this in the meantime, it means when I get back... I forgot you're also running out. I need more, yes. And I have a strong feeling that what's going to happen from this is we're going to turn around and we're going to immediately find ourselves not having enough quartz. What happened to non-zero is fine. In this particular case, because the whole thing wouldn't work, and the matter conversion there is going to be a bottleneck. Like, literally, I won't be able to get any of the new tech until I get that sorted. Which means I'm still not getting a non-zero amount of the later tech I need. So now, non-zero is fine, but I have not yet achieved non-zero. Okay, because the rest of that stuff I can just use. And grab that. Are you empty? Why did I do that? Alright. We're finagling. And the reason I need to move that is I didn't give myself enough room to plug anything else in. Oh, get you out of the way. Because I need enough room that I can put stuff on there. Man, I made that way too tight. It's still tighter than I want it, but that's fine. And we can go over here and say, take it all. Okay. Delete the ramp? Yeah, you know what? I could have deleted the ramp too and moved it over. All I did is I just kind of squished that forward. Okay. That all looks right. I'm just going to assume it is right and leave it alone. Okay. It's time for us to go deal with Sam. This has been a very long time coming. And I have a feeling it's probably going to need its own dedicated space and all of that. I'm going to go grab my Explorer that we've abandoned over here forever ago. Drive over to my Sam, which, if I remember correctly, is in the bottom of a spider-infested cave, where I just tucked a drill down. I ran... Wait, I have a power line going there. I don't need that. We can just take the power lines. Okay, so... More plastic on the rubber line? Well, why? Why? What is going on with you? Give me that. Give me that. Okay. I keep trying to not have to do this. Alright, so... Smart splitter. There. There. Center line, only rubber. Only rubber. Only rubber. Where is rubber? I can type it. And then that'll be your left line. Is going to be plastic.
Thank you old_Jube for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, old Jube, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. So I really do appreciate that you would do that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Alright, and so with that, what we're gonna need to do is try to... Actually, you know what I can do? Slap it right on in there. It'll feed in, feed out. We get the whole idea. Alright, so now the next thing... I'm hoping I can get ahead of it. I don't know if any got past me. It may have. If I highlight it, I see it say plastic anywhere, then I know I got a problem. Okay, so that one's been decontaminated. So now I'm going to drop down here and find the other one. And I don't... Like, my only assumption is that inside the, there we go. So there's your rubber line. Oh, I might have beaten it over here. Nope. You're literally going back to where I removed you from. I'm gonna purge the line by doing it this way. That one's clear. Are you clear? You have a singular unit on you. Just enough that it would have problems. Cool. So that... Alright, so we've unstuck those. That... Okay, yeah, that's all fine. Okay, so that's all square. Now I need to go up here and finish cleaning this up. There, have a bunch. Alright, well that's been a huge pain in the butt. Your smart splitter plastic ran out right, but it ran out left. Oh, I see here. Okay, so there is no plastic left in there. I need to figure out what the heck is going on that we keep getting plastic in here. Now, granted, at this point we should be okay, because even if it gets contaminated, it should shunt any plastic immediately back out into that side. It's fine. That's not how it's supposed to be, but whatever. So with this... Is there things I need? I've got motors, I've got rotors, I've got frames, I got heavy frames, I've got... I'll probably need more iron plates. So let's grab those real fast. That is a belt that is backed up. I love to see it. Okay. And let's go over here and grab some more aluminum sheets as well.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You're out of copper sheets. Let's get the SAM. I'm gonna get into the weeds on that again, and I'm gonna get nowhere. Let's go over and find our SAM. I don't remember which line takes me out there. But as you can see, I've got a SAM node that's tagged way down here. It's the only one that we have in visible range. Until we get way down here, there is some more nodes. But right now, let's get that SAM node tagged, and then we can worry about it from there. So it is probably off of our quartz line. All things considered, it's most likely off of this quartz line down here. Yeah, we're just gonna fly along these. I was hoping I could sit there and just do that. But I should be able to just fly along this whole path. Eventually, this will lead me to the SAM, because this is what its power connection is. But yeah, so with the SAM, I hate to drag it the whole way back by conveyor. We'll see. I might take the time to set up a train. I might conveyor it. I haven't decided yet. But we definitely need to get all the way back over there. And because it's going to be combined with a bunch of materials there, and I just don't want to deal with it. Versus, if I can get it back over there, we could check what I need to activate it, do all that kind of stuff, figure it all out. I'll deal with that later, I don't care. How are we doing on the SAM? Where are we at by relative to it? So I can finally grab this box that's been laying here forever. Where is that? There you are. Yeah, do your thing. Okay, so the quartz is over here. Now the question is, what was my way into the SAM site? All right. Let me not get too distracted running around. I have a power line going to it. What SAM stand for? I don't remember. It was something alien matter or whatever. Or alien metal. So let's check over here. I've got these two poles. They split off to those two things. I can probably go right back to this and put you back on. Let's also check for the lizard doggos, because I've got like 12 of them we befriended right in this area. Okay, that's fine. I just want to see if any of them were like right here to score some maybe good things right at the go. Seemingly alien material. I mean, that sounds convincing enough for me. I wouldn't challenge it. Yeah, so what I want to do is follow this power line until we see it split off in two directions. My assumption is there will be a cave off to the side somewhere here. And that'll lead to the SAM. There we go. I see a power line over there. Yeah, this'll be it. See, I came in here a long time ago and I set it up. Now, as you can see, right now, it's just ore into a box. Production, tier 3, plop it down to be done with it. Upgrade that tier 2 belts to a tier 5 belt. You're going to be needed. Have at it. Alright, so I want to at least get this out of here. Because even if I do this by train, trying to get a train to wedge into this place is probably an exercise in ridiculous frustration. I mean, we're honestly not that far. Invalid placement. What are you upset about? Oh, I'm sorry. There's a tiny little bit of limestone in the way. We can cut through walls and buildings and everything, but nope, that little piece of limestone, absolute deal breaker. Never mind that the stuff we built that out of is made out of limestone. But you know. Now we're fine. Let's put the SAM on the limestone tower. Because the limestone tower has had not a whole lot of much needed with it. Can I have it go down there? I'm just surprised there's literally another tier of belt. Okay. Oh, that's not power over there. It's just the belt. Let's see. You liked it better. You liked 1000 better than 750. Well, wasn't it like 760 or 780 was the tier 5 belt? Yeah, no, I was we had people saying, "Oh yeah, there's no tier 3 or whatever." It's like I remember there being that. And that was like a long time ago that there was a higher level. But yeah, I didn't know there was like a tier 5 and all that, let alone a tier 6. Okay. So that is where we are bringing up our limestone. And so this is where we're bringing up our SAM. So, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and add it to this tower. Because literally it just has that cement production and nothing else. So that's fine. Alright, so I need more silica. Let's go grab that. That'll be over here, I believe. Cool. And once I get the initial stuff set up for Sam, then I'll start worrying about, like, okay, you know, I've got that basic setup. Now what do I work on with next? We're also at the point, honestly, I should probably just look at the MAM, because I'm assuming we literally have nothing I cannot unlock in the MAM. Like, I should have access to every possible material. Alright. And so now we can go over here and say, hey, I would like that there. Now I've got our SAM ore here. Alright, so now's the time we gotta figure out what we need. So, smelter. Do we have anything with SAM with you? No. Constructor. Anything with SAM with you? Yes. Reanimated SAM we make at the constructor. That appears to be the thing that uses the raw ore, so constructor away. Let's go ahead and get you set up. And I'm just gonna say, I didn't check the drill. I'm just going to plunk down 4 of those. We'll see how far they go. SAM can be one of those things that we need a lot of. I need aluminum. Alright. But SAM can be something we need a ton of. It could be something we need very little of. I have no idea. We're going to find out. Oh, that's good news. We're getting tons of aluminum sheets stacked up now. Now the reason we're getting tons of those is because our copper sheets have ground to a halt, but I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend I didn't see it. And just be happy the thing I need right now is sort of working itself out, and that's, you know, it's probably okay. Are you still running fine? You are running at 85% capacity because of computers. How many phases are there? There's 5 phases. This is the last phase. Once we finish this, it's done. There's no more. Then we stare longingly out into space and go, what did this cost us? Oh, I did not want to raise you. Fine. And I see it's not quite straight. What'll end up happening with that is when I go to build the next one, I'll be able to straighten that out easy. Right now, not at all bothered. I got way, way, way more to build. Okay, so activated Sam, drop you in. Activated Sam. Oh, sorry, reanimated, not activated. Reanimated Sam. Which seems, honestly, quite a bit more cursed. So you drop that in there. And so now we need power. Okay, so that can actually process a pretty decent amount of ore at a time. That's probably not enough to overpower that max level drill we've got going on, but that should be a pretty good amount. So now comes the next question of, we are reanimating the Sam, and what is the next stage in the process here? Because we're clearly going to do more with this. Okay, so let's check the next building. Assembler. Oh, you know I bet you have to do? Oh, we already have 100. Okay, so let's grab 100 of the activated SAM. Let's go down here, go to the MAM, unlock stuff, move on from there. This has been overdue for all eternity. Chad has wanted me to deal with this, and it still hasn't happened till just now. So with that, boom, SAM Fluctuator.
SAM Fluctuator recipe unlocked. The fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated SAM to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Your thread shifts solid to fluid to a tapestry. Matter, and mind and melody.
Thanks, man. Alright, so it's looking like this could probably be a complicated recipe that's going to require a manufacturing thing. So the good news is I wouldn't have been able to get access to that too early, because I could have slapped a drill on that, made this into the activated, and immediately gone, oh, well, you can't make the fluctuating containment thing, which is the next thing to unlock. So that does help a little bit. That said, now I gotta deal with all this. So SAM Fluctuator, don't be steel pipe. Alright, so it's wire, steel pipe, and reanimated SAM. So I hate everything about this because that's taking two materials that we've already recognized are not in a good place and said, what if I had to have both of those? And now I have to have both of those? But that's fine. That is the name of the game. Let's go logistics. We'll put our little frame thing up here. That is not where I wanted it. Now you can go here to the splitter. I have a feeling we're going to be scaling up all of the SAM production, and we're going to find it deeply upsetting. Okay, so I've got all that. And I have not left myself really enough room in this area, but I'm going to pretend there's enough room in this area and that everything is fine, because everyone knows if you pretend it's fine, it might as well be fine. So I gave myself just enough space there so I can put a merger and run stuff down there. Alright, so you need wire and steel pipe. That's the other two requirements you have. So let's go ahead and drop you down here. Let's go find some steel pipe. Actually, wire's closer. Let's go find these two things. I don't know how we're going to handle it, but, you know, we'll get there. So that's definitely going to be the point that we're going to need more copper, like, actually to wire it up at that stage. Because there isn't a reality I make that work. Alright, so yeah, we'll wire this up, and then I gotta fix my steel. It's been overdue forever. But time's up, now I gotta fix it. Alright, so that's out. Can I just shove this right over here and pretend? No. I might be able to make this work. So let's put a hook there. I want to go the other way around. Oh, it probably would have gone the other way around if I just changed it. Now it wants to go that way. Let's try scooching that back here. Too steep. That's an easy to solve problem. Good enough. And we're going to this tower over here, I believe. Okay. There you are. Okay, so there's the lead pipe wired up. So now I need just regular old wire, which I believe is the second floor on this building, the far side. So you can go ahead and wire up the copper wire and drop it down. I want to say it's right here. So that's the ingots in. And that's the copper wire out. So I know I'm going to regret this. So splitter. Slap that right in there. Okay. And we just got to run it right back over here. Okay, so we're now making whatever the crap these are. The SAM fluctuators, which I need for stuff. Meanwhile, while we're waiting on all that to happen, let's go check on our remote control unit or whatever those things are. And see if we're starting to get a stockpile of them. I'm literally I have none. Okay. Let's start doing an inventory and see where this fell apart. Probably computers. Yup, literally no computers there. So let's pop down 2 floors here. And I see there's an empty belt. So circuit boards. Okay, circuit boards, what's your deal? Alright. Copper sheets. Okay. Copper sheets is our next problem. So let's go fix our copper sheets we've been putting off. The good news is a lot of these machines, as the boxes start building up. You have a distinct feeling this is going to take longer today? Yeah, no, I have that feeling as well. Okay, so we're basically getting like 0 ingots through here. So that belt is solid. That belt is solid. This belt, very not solid. So you're empty. You're full. And you're supposed to only take as a surplus. Okay, so that should fix our copper sheets. Because that's what's been happening this whole time, is the copper sheets have been starved from ingots. And more than likely what needs to happen is we need to figure out which of these is not actually filling up its line and fix them. So you're not full. You are slowly draining. So both of those are slowly draining. Let's make sure we're actually getting copper to the end of the line. Well, actually, we can check. We don't need to go check the end of the line. Check the beginning. So you're full of ore. You're full of ore. So both of these are producing the ingots as fast as they can. Yeah, so the entire row, both sides, full up, making all of the copper ingots they can. So we have like 50 of those things running. So realistically, the only way I improve that is, one, we could just scale up and do another whole line. Like basically have another whole line like we've got here. Yeah, no, actually that'd be perfect. Do one more full line for another input into these boxes. Yeah, no, there's an input available on both of them. So I could potentially fill in a bunch more copper back here, shove it into, like put a splitter, shove it into both the boxes to give it a little bit more oomph. But that's not what's going to happen right now. You are complaining. Okay, those are, well, that's backed up because it's full. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so that should fix our copper sheets. Let's go check in on our SAM stuff and see what we can make happen. Was the next thing steel? Steel is on the list. But I am trying to grab some of these so I can keep unlocking the tech we've been putting off, because there's a chance we're going to get something here that'll make our lives easier. The dimensional storage, I'm not sure how I want to even tackle that. Like, because I can make it, but actually putting the stuff in there for me to craft away means I have to pull it off the line, which isn't necessarily bad, but half the stuff that's causing me grief is other stuff. Alien energy harnessing.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
I see. It seems we truly are building understanding.
Okay. I just realized I actually have some good components in storage there that have been sitting there. Alright, so let's check for unlocking stuff. Alien technology. We can get that.
Dimensional depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the dimensional depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
We see through the window. It is pathetic. Consume more blood. The glass will not shatter, the metal will not bend, the wood will not splinter. Weave.
Cool. So let's go over here and try and grab more of this. Alright, so that needs to run for a little while. Okay. So that needs to run for a little while. We've got the other stuff. I have been putting it off for entirely too long. And my inventory is forever struggling. So let's drop some of this plastic off into the plastic box. So I can get that out of my inventory. And I am observing the plastic box is getting backlogged. And so is the rubber box. Honestly, at this phase, I can live with that. If the oil power shuts down, I don't care. That's fine. Let's run over here. So the good news is that steel belt is solid. That's good. So we have improved our steel production at least enough that one of our two belts is solid. Okay, and I already upgraded those to 5. I couldn't remember if I had or hadn't. So, I should be able to add a couple more foundries on here. More than likely, I'll be out of motors or something. I'll need to run back and... It's going to be motors right there. Get those out of my inventory. I don't need them. Sort this. Oh, get these out of my inventory. I don't need them. Alright. So more than likely, I'm going to get over here and realize I'm missing something and have to run the whole way back and grab it. I honestly don't care. It does make me curious that you could kind of cheese the ships with the whole build gun kind of thing. Because if that works the way I'm thinking it does, I can put down a building, like say like I'm out there because, hey, you need motors. I can go, okay, and I can build a couple of the building that require motors and then disassemble them all at that location and then grab, like, I'll have the motors in my inventory and just not have to worry about it. Right. So we literally had already begun moving stuff up here. Oh, I don't need motors for these. And we just ran out of inventory space. So let's plunk you down here. Five more foundries. Oh, that'll be a merge block. Yeah, so that needs to be a splitter. Yeah, we can make this work. So if I take this... I'll just be cursed on the edge here. That's fine. So I've got that. We'll put a splitter there. And this is going to look awful. Cool, so those did work. Yeah, so it's definitely not a very attractive setup. Cool. So we can go ahead and drop a power pole here. Connect it up to all of those. And then down to the other floor. And we want steel, and steel, and steel, and steel, and steel. Alright, so from here, I need to connect the output with the others. You know that's connecting into the crates. Yeah, I can make this work. Why? No. Why are you putting that up? Stop it. There we go. Alright, so we got it. And we can go like this, and this. That's not positioned right. And this, and this. Alright, so this is going to massively increase our steel output. Which would be good. My plan is to grab you. Oh, I should have put in the other port. Hey, pretend. That you went this way the whole time. Then grab you. There we go. Why are you being weird about this? There we go. Okay, so the problem is you need to be upgraded. Alright, let's try that again. Cool. Drop this in. Sorry, not the other way. Drop that in. Let's upgrade the main trunk here to make sure it all goes as fast as it can. Alright, so now we've got ourselves a surplus on steel. We are literally hitting the steel as hard as we can. That I'm just there. So before we go anywhere, let's try and take a peeky peek and make sure when I go to the very last steel foundries here, are you getting your coal and all that? You are not. We are hitting a bottleneck on the coal. I'm not seeing that reflected here. Okay. So you are putting out as much coal as you can. And it's not quite enough. But the good news is I could fix that by just going, hey, now it is. And just like that, that problem is solved. Just needs turned on real quick. Holy crap. So that belt can't handle that much. Or that much. That's almost exactly how much the belt can handle. Alright, well, I'm not going to sweat that too much. Is that how much that belt can handle? No, technically it can handle enough to do this. So that will backlog in there, but that's fine. The point being with that, we are now shoving enough coal into that system that if it doesn't reach the far end, it's not, like, that means I'm consuming more than that. So you consume 45 coal per minute. So let's compare. And I've got 18. I don't want to do the math. I'm going to say it's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Those were on a different setup. So that doesn't matter. So it's actually 14? I have an easier way. If I just go up here and I check this, is number get bigger? Numbers get bigger. Numbers get bigger. We're good. As long as numbers get bigger, then number bigger good. Number big gooder. All right. So, those aren't quite getting how much I need. I'm gonna just throw some slugs in these. I don't think I can get away with more than that, though. We are at the limit of what that coal line can bring in. No, it seems to be holding up okay. I'm gonna put slugs in this top row. Alright, meanwhile, the ore lines are stuttering a bit. And I'm pretty sure we measured out that line to be, yeah, that line's measured up exactly, and then that's the other line. It keeps staggering and stopping and all that. Yeah, and that's still filling up. So we should be good. We've increased production by quite a bit more. And my hope is that'll be enough steel. Yeah, those lines are stopping. Alright, so steel is resolved for now. Hey, Totally Sean, how's it going? Or Totally Shan? I don't know how you want to pronounce that. Alright. But that's going pretty good. So we did unlock Phase 5, which is our last phase. We're already making the first thing on that list. Not at a great speed, but it is being produced. And I am letting a bunch of other stuff be produced that I think will be prereqs for those other ones, which is taxing our entire factory system a lot. But I think that's fine. We're definitely going to have to scale some stuff up. One of the things that's going to need to be on my short list is getting another particle accelerator up and another nuclear reactor set up to start processing our nuclear waste back into nuclear fuel. It is a costly and complicated process, unfortunately. And so we're just going to have to figure that out. Ah, it's good to see that belt no longer getting stuck. Okay. So with that, let's get over here. Let's take a quick look at how our remote control units are going. And let's grab more of our SAM fluctuations, whatever. The nuclear stuff scares you so much. It's fine. It's just a little radiation. It only hurts you on the inside. Okay, so that's already 35. I mean, that is only about 4%. But if we consider I haven't done anything to upgrade it yet, and we're at 4% there. Okay, so we're still not doing great with our radio units. How is your consumption? You are running at 100% now, and you are also running at 100% now. So we are getting 100% on our radio control units, and that's 5 radio control units per minute. Let's go see what's consuming our radio control units and how we're doing. So you're consuming 2. Understood. And you are consuming 3.75. So we're consuming about 6 if we round up. Which is, unfortunately, more than we're producing. Yeah, so we're eating too much of those. So my radio control units, they need to have production increased. And that's going to have the catastrophic problem of every single one of these processes farther up the line is going to slow down. All right, I need to grab more frames. All right. And what that's going to cause a problem is it's going to consume more computers, and that means I'm going to have to do more production on my computers. Why do I not see more screws than that going down this line? What has happened? I should be reaching the point that those start going down. Oh, you know what? It's because I turned more stuff down. Or turned stuff on. That's all it was. So I can grab a stack of those. That's fine. I'm going to just ignore that for right now. I've got more stuff being produced, and that's going to be an issue for us. Alright, so, with that said, let's get 2 more of these online. And that's going to cascade into everything being a problem. Factory is getting huge. The factory is getting completely unreasonable. And then I also need to remember, when we get all this set up, I need to take the time to get the oscillators upgraded again. And the computers, and the literally everything. So 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there, 1 here, and 1 here. Grab you, and you back up. Plug all you in. Does you have a storage system or just backing it up till it stops? Almost all of my lines have a storage that is a buffer chest between like the previous state and all that. Alright, so I've got you. And got you. So yeah, so you see like I've got a buffer chest right there. That's kind of how I'm approaching everything. So I don't have side storage for, you know, holding things for me. I've got buffer chests. And there's definitely pros and cons to that. But, you know, we're working with it. Okay, so with that, we have the crystal oscillators. That's 1.25 per minute, and we're using those in 4 buildings. So that's going to be 5 per minute being consumed there. And we're producing 1 per minute here, and I've got 3 of those. So simple math, that's not enough. 3 is less than 5. I need probably 6 to make sure I get some going into storage. And that's just going to be another thing that's going to be a problem. Oh, you need motors. Think it's a good idea? Yeah. Yep. So there's going to be a lot of just scaling up, scaling up, scaling up, scaling up. Thanks. I hate it. Alright, new plan. Stratters have finally gone catastrophic. I don't have motors. I'm fresh out of motors. So I can't continue the production of more of that. So I gotta go over here, find my Stratters, and get those fixed. That's been something that's been getting ready to bite us in the butt for a while. It just only finally came to head. Yeah, so the Stratters, you are getting the materials you need. You just need to have more of the production. So I'm going to go with, what if we had twice as many of those? And most likely the answer is I will run out of copper wire. Is the most likely answer to that question. What would happen if we had twice of those? And most likely the answer is I will run out of copper wire. Okay, so we're doubling production. Yeah, so I was fortunate that I got a pretty good recipe to massively improve my output of copper wire using Caterium. But, I'm still gonna get myself in a lot of trouble here. Alright, so you are content with that. Okay. No, don't. No, nope. Stop it. Okay, and these are for Stratters. Okay. So we've just upped our copper wire consumption by 360. And our steel pipe by 60 per minute. Most likely I will also need to speed up the belts moving the pipe. Let's see. You should be going up in stock. You are. You should be going up in stock. Yeah, they're gonna be fine. Okay, so there's enough on this end of the matter of the production. Are they working? They look like they were all working. Yeah, no, they all have their little robot arms doing their thing. Okay, so the big concern here is that I'm going to find steel production for the pipes inadequate. No, it seems fine, actually. For now, we'll see if it stays that way. And you're good. Okay, so steel seems to be doing okay. The wire seems to be doing fine. Oh, would you... Oh, never mind. That's not the copper sheets. Copper sheets, how are you doing? Are you getting enough ingots now? You are finally getting enough ingots. That belt is solid. If it doesn't go the whole way back, there's nothing more I can do for it. So we are producing copper sheets as fast as I can this entire length. Is there a way to farm mycelium without just picking up the small mushrooms? Not that I've found. There is likely going to be an alternate recipe for cloth that doesn't require it. I have not found said recipe, though. Because that's usually how a lot of that goes, is you'll have something that's very laborious, and then you'll find a recipe that gives you a workaround. Alright, so. It's in the MAM. Gotcha. Let's grab all those. And get to the MAM and keep unlocking things. So, if I get the circuit boards, production amplifier. I don't know what that is. I'm going to guess it's a building I could put down on the ground nearby other buildings and boost all the buildings in a short range. That's my guess, but I also have no real knowledge on one way or the other. And you are all trying to do your thing. You are getting enough computers now, interestingly enough. No, you're not. Only the ones that already had some did. And you are not getting enough control boards. And our control boards aren't getting enough of the copper sheet, but we did just fix the copper sheet problem. Even though I'm seeing completely empty conveyor belt, which doesn't feel good. Yeah, where else are our copper sheets going? They're going to our heat sinks, and our heat sinks are going into our cooling systems, and our cooling systems are going into our turbo motors, and our turbo motors are going into our thermal propulsion rockets, which I'm assuming are going to be a requirement of that fourth thing, which is the reason I've been keeping them running. And I don't remember where our radio control units are even going anymore. They're going over here. And we're barely keeping enough to keep our turbo motors online. Alright, so. My brain is going, what, yes. So we can fix our copper sheets. That's one thing to work on, is to expand our copper sheets production. Our power is getting dangerous. Our power is getting really dangerous. And the issue I have is to expand my nuclear power, I'm going to need more nuclear power cell production than what I have. Let's start looking at that. Do I have what I need to set that up? I was going down here to the MAM. Because I need to get more nuclear power online. Okay, alien technology. You. I needed circuit boards for that, which we don't have enough of. That requires computers, which I don't have enough of. We can upgrade. So it looks like all of these are straight upgrades for Mercer spheres and all that. You know what?
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, ease the flow, make a curve out of the line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty rebels.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me. Dimensional expansion increased to 200%. Refining manipulation of SAM allows us to now deconstruct non-living matter down to its atomic components in one dimension, and store it in basic bound states in another.
We do not resonate with the tribute song. Do not worship at the window. Desecrate our temple gifts. This shallow serenade is sour and salt.
My intention was not to encroach, if that is what upsets you, nor was it to dispose of material I do not waste.
Sure.
Dimensional upload speed increased. All of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing several parts to pass through, for free.
The window is beautiful. Have you tried making a door?
I assure you that would be a most unhealthy action for the Pioneer to take.
Okay. So, I'm gonna just try and steal some computers out of some stuff real fast. To try and get things moving. Because I didn't realize the one in the middle says that I can actually use my own inventory to disappear things that I need. Which sounds amazing. Oh, I need one more computer. Because if I can do that, when I'm like, oh, I need concrete, I can just grab a bunch of concrete and just start deleting it from my inventory into that. I'll have to figure out how that works, though. I also need the circuit boards for one of the things. I'm going to just hijack all of that from you. Shut all of that down by just stealing all of it. Grab a stack of computers. Alright. So let's go over here and keep unlocking those things. Yeah, no, I was under the impression I had to put it into a box, and that the box would handle everything. And I would need to, you know, probably put some programmatic stuff to, like, feed extra plates into a box or whatever. And that'd be a whole thing. That's actually not a bad idea, now I think about it. I could put a smart crate or whatever with overload on the... I mean, that would take so many materials, though. Let's do this thing that says enable uploading from inventory, because that seems good.
Manual depot uploader unlocked. Storage dimension and pocket dimension now connected both ways and stable. Parts can now be uploaded to the storage dimension directly from the inventory. Note: the storage dimension now understands the boundaries of the pocket dimension and recognizes the distinction between matter belonging to the Pioneer's inventory and matter belonging to the Pioneer.
The window within the window within the shallows within the deep, curling around itself separately, echoes strangely.
I'm sure strange is the correct term for what this must feel like to you.
Okay. So, production amplifier...
Production amplifier unlocked. Every single manufacturing and smelting building will be backwards compatible with this new technology. These buildings can now have a Somersloop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
Oh, okay.
Flow cycles within flow cycles make explosions into temples into explosions into temples. The spin sphere of woven windows. Each tiny body contains tinier bodies until the line layers fold into curves which folds into threads which weave the tapestry. A song of light and leaf and flower, a dance of matter clouds and...
I think they're trying to explain energy to matter conversion theory, but you do not need to understand it to do your job. I'll just mute them for you so you can continue your mission. I, however, will be taking notes. This is fascinating material.
Okay. So, transfer all stacks of type. The question is how one moves matter over. So is this going to require an equipment thing, or is it just going to be a thing we can do? So I'm not seeing equipment. But what I'm trying to see is it mentions being able to move inventory. So left-clicking doesn't do anything. Right-clicking splits the stack. Yeah, so we see shift left mouse button to click to do that. Transfer all stacks. Click control drag. I think you need at least one box. I see. So organize. Dimensional depot. Okay. So I guess these just became valuable resources that I'm gonna want now. Dimensional depot. I have no idea if I'm gonna need a bunch of this storage or what the plan is. Give me that pad. You know what? We have a space I'll never expand into. Welcome to Dimensional Depot. For all your depot needs. Alright, so Dimensional Depot. Drop items in here to upload them to the Dimensional Depot. 60 per minute. So now I have that. Can I just click on something and say, I would like you in my depot? So right click, split the stack. I still don't have a thing, because the implication was I'd be able to, see, and the implication is that I would be able to do it directly from my inventory, and that's what I'm curious about. Because that's where things will start to get wild. It does appear there is a limit on the stockpile. Now, what I don't know is that is a limit on the stockpile as in cumulative items in all existence. Now you have it in your inventory. Oh, okay, it's over here on the left. I see, and then my limitation is how fast I can move stuff over. So we're just going to let that sit here. And then from now on, when I need something, instead of the way I have been doing it, I'm just going to go and slap it down there and let it churn. So the issue here is now these become really valuable. And I want all the Mercer spheres and all the somber things. And if I go hunting for those, I'm not working on my factory. And if I'm not working on my factory, I'm not progressing. But I want all the things. I need to have all the things. Why can't I have the things, chat? Why are you keeping these from me? You knew this was coming up. You think the hunting is a good change of pace? Yeah. The only concern I have with the hunting is it will grind so many of these things to a halt, which is my concern. Alright, so feed that in, feed that in, feed that in. Yep, do it. Yes, please. Leave those. Yep, yep, Rubber. Take that one back. Copper, this, that, this. Yep, Do that. Okay. And the rest of those I'm not going to use for construction. So, have fun being uploaded extremely slowly. I wouldn't say they're no longer luxuries. Because I can get around pretty easy without running into too much problem. What would it cost me to get those? That's kind of the other thing is, like, on the MAM. Because, like, I literally have yet to make smokeless powder. We unlocked that forever ago, and I've yet to make it. Honestly, the experimental power I could turn on at almost any point. That's fine. That'd be easy to get the nutritional thing. The mycelium, we can get the cloth to do that. The Caterium, like I could get most of this all done. The geothermal power, I probably could set up pretty easily. The programmable splitter, I don't actually care about. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be getting the computers solved, getting more of the other stuff. So I'm pretty okay at the moment on these, but let's look at the this thing. So you give me a massive boost to productivity at the cost of extreme energy, is the way it described. So the question is, can I go over here to my nuclear production, use those to substantially boost my nuclear production to bring on more nuclear power plants? Now, obviously, I don't have any materials on my person, and it is churning away as hard as it can on the upload. Like I said, my plan is basically going to be each time I run out of material, and at the beginning there's going to be a delay on my upload time, I'm just going to fill up that entire thing with whatever that material is and just upload it and do that. It should make my life way easier. So my hope here is I'm going to be able to pop over here and get a bunch of this knocked out. So yeah, so this I've got, oh, see, like that only is backlogged that far on the cells. So we are okay on our cells, but we are not producing many because I'm consuming 0.2 cells per that, and this one will be 0.2 cells. We're using 0.4 cells, and you're producing 0.8. So that's 1/6. So how much of a difference is this making? We are consuming 550 watts. Would I put that in? I need to not be using this machine. I'm just dying here. I need to just go to a machine real fast that I can go to that's relatively safe and do a comparison. Okay, so you right now are producing 120 water, and you're doing so consuming 20 megawatts. If I slap, this literally won't let me slap the somber things in there. Okay, that's not helpful. Oh no, it didn't use 4 of them up, it just held them. No, if they were a non-renewable source, it'd be a deal breaker at the door. Like, there'd be no point in talking any farther because they're too rare to make that work. Alright, so let's go here. This is our copper sheets. Copper sheets. 4 megawatts produces 10. So, boom. That makes it 16 megawatts to produce 20. So it's 4 times the power consumption at double times the output. Yeesh. Oh, but at the same materials? Okay, that changes a lot. Oh, man. Alright. So, that is going to be me making a lot of bad choices. Computers. Computers are very expensive. Computers are very expensive material cost-wise. They have been my bane since the beginning. But you need power as it is? Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I gotta juggle how you want to go through this. Yeah, so if we're to do this, that's not computers. If I were to look at the computer row and go to our first machine here. So, in theory, with this, if I chuck this in here and we do the multiplier, it'll massively increase the power consumption. All right, so it's 55 megawatts, and it's producing 2.5 per minute. I dropped that in there, so we're waiting for the power to refresh. So it's going to give me 5 per minute, And I didn't catch the part where you said literally it doesn't take more material. That's the thing that's going to change it. Because the more expensive the product, the better that is. So that jumps it up to 220 megawatt. So that is 4 times as much power. So 4 times the power cost, double the production at the same resources. Okay. Those are very powerful, but my god, is power going to be a problem. So, I do think the power augment... So, did you unlock the power augmenter? We haven't gotten there yet. So I do think power is going to be the first place I'm going to need to utilize those. Because as much as I want to just start blasting that into machines, I'm going to need more power. Let's look at our alien technology. So we have the power augmenter. I don't have this unlocked yet because I'm deadly short on computers. I'm also looking like I don't need the activated SAM anymore. It looks like I just need the other thing. So let's pop over here. Oh, and I am seeing that we are fully capacity there. Drop you in here. Yeah, so we're activating the SAM stuff as fast as we can. Grab those stacks. The power from Alien is 10% of your power. Okay, I mean, that's not insignificant. Yeah, no, I guess I probably would have preferred not to have that said, but I mean, it's kind of already out there now. Let me go ahead and grab some iron plates and a couple things that I could drop down here. It is interesting, the idea that there's a cap on all these things. So what happens if I pin that? Oh, does just pinning it put it at the top? Take from inventory before depot. Now we're good there. Okay. There's also the thermal power. Yeah, no, I know that as well was a thermal. Okay, so if I get the robot stuff, that'll be good. That improves our efficiency on upload. That improves the upload speed. Dimensional stack increased by 1. So that gives me more, that gives me faster. I think I want this more. Let's see if I can manage to cannibalize some computers from something. Yeah, so you're literally getting no computers in. You're producing the computer, so you are getting the materials to produce computer. It will cost 10 sloops to craft the alien power. Gotcha. And we're still hurting on circuit boards. Alright, well... I don't need to do that. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to shove more stuff into this machine and upgrade more things so that we can keep uploading things. We're going to let the factory run for a little bit. And what I'm going to need to do is we're going to switch to our jetpack. And we are going to need to go on an expedition to get myself literally anything I can find of value. Okay. Because we have a lot of things to unlock. Because this alien technology is way more powerful than I gave it credit for. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start that research. Get that done.
Dimensional upload speed increased. The dimensional shift now no longer cares how complex the components of the original part are, and will save each part as a single collection of particles that can be instanced easily.
Grow shift the body cord flow cycle song of the 5-layered shallow state.
I'm working on it, but are you saying there is another layer? Is it a sensor limitation?
Deepen.
Helpful.
Okay, drop those in there. All right. That's probably true. Okay, so that's not what I meant to do. It's time to grab you, little friend. Alright, how do I want to approach this to begin with? I kind of wish... Is there another vehicle I can get around much faster than the Explorer? There is the bug one. The bug one? Vehicles. So we have the drone, which I believe will just go between places A and B. We have the Explorer. We have the truck. Yeah, no, that's the Explorer. I'm gonna actually go grab my Explorer. I ditched it over here a long time ago while I was working on stuff. Oh, do I have a plan of explosives? I got an okay number. I kind of wish I could change this to only show me... Like, don't show me the berries, don't show me this and that. Alright. Let's get clear these anyways. I'll have to wait for the other stuff till later. So there's clearly a slug up here. So you got a slug up here. And we got a Mercer sphere nearby that. They probably need to be making better fuel by now. Alright. They overshot it. Okay. We have the Mercer sphere, and we've got no hard drive. And there's plenty of slugs. The slugs are going to be a thing that's going to... I think the Mercer sphere is way over there. Alright, there are so many slugs.
Live, laugh, consume.
Alright, so it must be... Yeah, there's a Mercer sphere straight down. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Okay, and my explorer's still north of me. All right. Don't care. Keep doing your thing. Now, our Mercer sphere over there. Switch these out. There you go.
This is a shrine to Windows and Weekend.
Okay, looks like there's another one above us. Oh, I don't think you can land on that. Oh, we got a somber thing. Alright, it's probably up there too. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of stuff up here.
Scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Okay, the nearest Mercer sphere is a little ways away. The somber sloop is a bit farther. Don't be able to just jump my way up there. That's fine. Right now, we're just kind of running around and grabbing everything I can find. I haven't explored in a long time. And there's tricks I can get around here where if I'm like, I need to get up there for whatever, I can get around it by just slapping down 2 wires and ziplining up that way. Just gonna grab this one. Right now, there's just a walkway I can go back and forth on, so just grabbing everything on the way up. Well, in this particular case, there's just stuff everywhere. Yeah, so it's that way. Alright, so that's the first, like, proper dangerous enemy we were facing. This is the point where I probably actually do want a better weapon. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, so we're due to upgrade our weapon tech. That's fine. Like I didn't take that much damage on that, but it is making me put a lot more effort into it than I necessarily want to. I see you right there. Okay. So you're that way. Power Slug's gonna probably be above us. Mercifer is probably also up there. Okay. That's a trolly thing to do. Ow. That's just mean. Okay. There's more up. I don't have anything detecting that way. So, they literally just said, hey, get your suit. We're literally gonna just shove this thing into uranium. Go get it. You want to be chill back there and just let me grab this without a fight? I could really go for that. Oh! Hi. I was like, what am I getting close? It's giving me radiation. Hey buddy. How you doing there, friendo? Didn't realize you were in the neighborhood. Alright, so the good news is he just wanted to give you a hug. Well, that was the thing. I was like, okay, I won the fight. We're good. I can get ready to do the next thing. That's fine. And then I just started seeing the radiation gauge going up. I'm like, I know I'm near my nuclear power plants, but I'm not that close, right? Oh, that sucks. I have my other pack on. It's fine. I still have this way up here. It should get me at least up top. And once I'm up top, I can probably... 1 second. I'm going to immediately run out of fuel in this thing, and I'm going to be real upset about that. So let's go back here. Let's grab a couple of stacks of ammo. And let's go ahead and grab ourselves a couple of stacks of the biofuel. Yeah, no, he just snuck up on me. But yeah, no, definitely want to upgrade our weapons, and that's going to be me making our smokeless gunpowder. That's going to need to happen. I've got you. We'll grab you so that we can put those to use. Hey, you know what? You've been in here a while. I don't mind using you. Oh, right. Hop over here. Grab some backup fuel. Yeah, try to avoid wasting our good stuff right away. Oh, I thought I needed the smokeless gunpowder for the rifle. We can check. I thought the smokeless gunpowder was a prereq. That could be me just misremembering. Okay, so you just drop down here. So sulfur. Yeah, no, it literally costs smokeless gunpowder. It's not parallel. It's literally in line with it. That's the only reason it hasn't happened, is I have to stop and actually make the, Why don't you use maybe turbo or fuel? I need to actually take the time to make it. And that just hadn't been a priority till now. So let's go back there and get all our stuff. Alright. So we shouldn't be too far from our death crate. I'm pretty sure where I died was, there is a shipwreck over here I already pulled the hard drive from.
Time for a new melody?
Yes, actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain infinite deep within the inside-out string with windows and doors and a limitless body subdividing to one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
Okay, so my crate was down there because the thing that killed me was down there by that. Why is there so much radiation there? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So we've got our stuff re-equipped. So we're actually doing pretty good. We've already got 7 power slugs. We grabbed some more Mercer spheres and all that. There's another Mercer sphere that direction. Another somber sloop that way as well. I'm hitting short of it, I think. I can't really tell. I think I'm hitting it. It seems to be reacting to it. Yeah, it died. Alright. Okay, so the thing I'm going to try and do is this is going to hurt us a lot. Oh, good. So the corpse is gone. So there's still uranium right there. So that's going to hurt us a bunch. I'm going to try to run up real fast, see what's in here. Be cool for a minute. Okay, so we have the high connectivity things are needed for that. Let's try not to aggro. I think we probably have a path down the side here. All right.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
All right. So we're making progress not. Uranium rocking the wall? Yeah, so it's kind of figuring. All right. So we change back to this. Yeah, so the next Mercer Sphere is nowhere near that way. We got the Somber Sloop this direction. I'm guessing... So it seems like the Somber Sloops I could detect from way farther away. As best I could figure out. I'm really hoping you're not up. Yeah, so we got a snail that, or a slug that's down. Okay, no more of those in range. Okay. I got cables and all that leading overhead. All right. Next nearest one's across the way. Okay, and this is directly above here. I don't want to spend the whole time doing this. I thought I heard spiders. But it doesn't say there's like a lot of value in this. Oh. Huh? I keep hearing the spiders, and then that was definitely one of the... Alright, I see it's right there. Alright. I mentioned this a couple of times. One of the big nice things about this... Okay, it just took a while to clear out. Is when you take the time to do this stuff, it is one of those things that once you destroy those things that make poison, they don't come back, so as I clean it out, it's just a solved problem. Okay, so we got more up the hill. Alright, we got a wall we can destroy there. I'm actually going to try and skip you if you're not going to be hanging out nearby. I do see the gold slug up there. There are a lot of these things. Okay. Be quick, it hurts. Aha! I was like, you're an awfully big cave for a blue slug. Alright, so let's deal with this. Okay, so let's take a look around. Yes, there's a Mercer Sphere somewhere up that direction. Probably follow the route up and over. Probably run into some pretty dangerous enemies. Alright. And honestly, by the time I get back to base, we should have a bunch of stuff made. So that'll at least be one thing, is while I am running around doing this, at least things are proceeding. I probably should have genuinely taken the time to get the computers into better shape, do that kind of stuff before running around doing this, but now I'm curious about a lot of this. And one of the things I am noticing is with like the Mercer Spheres and all that, I don't think you need literally all of the Mercer Spheres to unlock everything. Okay, so got a bunch more over there. Yeah, so you're over there. Nothing else in range in that one. So it's a purple one sitting on top of a chunk of uranium. Alright, there's something dangerous on the other side there. I could hear it running around. I also saw there's a hard drive over there, which was weirdly not showing up on my scanner. And then we also have another Mercer Sphere over here. Expecting dangerous enemies up here.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
That's fine. You keep fighting. Alright, there it is. Okay. So no more Mercer spheres in range. We have a somber sloop somewhere over there. It's a power slug right below us. Alright, we're also getting tons and tons and tons of the animal bits, which I could use to make healing stuff that I've not been worrying about. Yeah, so Somber Sloop is this way. That to me is way more important than the slugs. It sounds like eventually I'll be able to make my own artificial slugs. Alright, so I'm guessing it's straight below us because it's definitely not above. So I don't know if there's going to be a cave here or something. Well, we got 3 of these left. Oh, that poison's gonna hurt way more than I'm willing to put up with. Oh, I mean... Huh. There's probably a cave inside that mountain range. Which wouldn't surprise me. Because we did run into that some earlier. Okay, so let's take back our findings. We ran out of explosives. We got a bunch of Mercer spheres and all those. One of the neat things about this that I remember seeing is I want to say if I actually go to the tower, I can click on the radiator tower and say, hey, in this circle, there's that many Mercer spheres, there's that many whatever. Well, I've been meaning to get rid of this for a while. There we go. Like, it'll give me a list of, like, what goodies we have in the area. But yeah, and I kinda wish with this I could set a filter. So like they have it where you toggle through to check for individual things, and I think that's fine. But I think for like an end game, I'm fine with still toggling through, but I wish it could be like, hey, the enemies, just don't show them to me. Like, just let me skip that option. The mushrooms, the barrel nuts, just let me skip those as well. I'm never going to care about them, so that's fine. Hold up a second. Yeah, so I'm guessing the Somber Sloop is up top there, and the Mercer Sphere is up top there. I already saw that there's poison, so I'm gonna have to get explosives. Alright. Still, that's interesting. So it definitely feels like we're now finally at the point where I'm gonna want the radiation suit. I'm gonna want the gas mask. These are now things that'll be a lot more convenient for me. and I shouldn't continue doing without them. That's what I'm probably going to go ahead and do from here, is I'm going to go ahead and run back to base, and most likely I will do like a quick once-over, and I'll probably start wrapping up from there, because of just needing to go these. So for construction materials, with what we picked up, we can drop that. Hey, go away. Oh, keep the computers. I need those. That's fine. Cool. Hey, Sim, how's it going? I do hope you had the rest of your stream went well. So the question would be then, were you playing some Satisfactory and how did it go? But welcome in everybody. Oh yeah, no, the Krabbies are adorable. But how did it go, everybody? We've been playing some Satisfactory. We did some American Truck Simulator with Ultrasaurus earlier and all that. Oh yeah, you want to see the factory. But thanks so much for the follows. Welcome to stream. You want to see the factory. Before I get caught up in the factory kind of thing, definitely check out Simcopter 1. An absolutely fantastic content creator, friend of the channel and all good stuff. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games, so very much similar to what we've got. So definitely check them out. Nah, yeah. So we've been busy. We've been busy. So we are on phase 5. We are at the very end of the game, and all that kind of good stuff. Sim told us to ask you a question. What is a stratter? I believe, if memory serves me correctly, and this is going on memory, so it could be wrong, is a stratter is a component typically used within an electric motor. It has kind of a fin shape. They'll usually have a coil around it, and then you use magnets to spin that, and you get the idea. I'm probably wrong, but that's going to be my guess. Sim told us to ask you the question, so here it goes. What is your take on air fryers? I like food that comes out of air fryers a great deal. I have an air fryer, but like the amount of food I can get. Oh, stator. I'm sorry, not stratter. Stator. But the drawer on it is microscopic, so it's one of those things that I like it, but I need a bigger one. I used to have like an actual like deep fryer style fryer, but my god, keeping it clean was so hell. Like you'd wash it and it's just like still feeling oily, and you're just like, I can't. I'm scratching the plastic. I'm cleaning it so much. We do need a bigger air fryers. I agree. Yeah. I'm assuming by context, Bib is not team air fryer. But yeah. So we've got our factory here. It is ginormous. This giant building here that I've got my gun currently pointing at, so it used to be very distinctly 5 separate buildings, and it still is 5 separate buildings. They're just really close to being connected now because there's no room, because everything keeps growing. But this entire tower here you see there, that's all iron products. This is our SAM and limestone. That is our quartz building. This is our aluminum building. Over there is our steel building, and the big building over there is copper. If you look way out in the distance over there, that's where I produce my steel ingots. Way over there is where I make my sulfur. Way down this rail over here, out into the swamp. That's awful and terrible. I hate everything about it. That is the aluminum. On the other side of that mountain, there is like a beach area. That's our oil production and plastic and rubber. On top of that mountain is our nuclear reactors. They're extremely dangerous and they kill me, but you know, they're great. And we're working on things. Anyone got binoculars? It's a whole thing. And we've got our particle accelerator. That's a good time. Don't worry about it. It basically says, hey, your power, what if you didn't have that? I turned it on and every one of my batteries screamed for their lives. We've since tried to make it better. And with that, I'm still hurting. And so where all this looks nice and organized, like you go up to this, and all of this looks buttery smooth, everything is nice in a lovely grid pattern. And then we go down here. This is the closet. This is where the badness happens. We don't talk about the badness. It can't hurt us. If we don't acknowledge it, it can't hurt us. See, everything looks so wonderful over here. Everything looks lovely. We've got cable running up in the walls. It's nice and organized. We've got honeycomb patterned windows. It's so beautiful. Don't look down there. It's fine. And all that good stuff. So what I've been trying to do at the moment is we've been deciding to embrace the voices in our head. They've been wonderful. They tell us to consume the blood. You know, and who am I to judge? This is the server room you pull open when the internet suddenly stops working. Oh, man. So I used to be a network administrator a long time ago. I've seen things. So we're grabbing all that. Let's see here. So I've got a bunch of power slugs we went, because we have now realized the embrace of the aliens, and they're wonderful and all that. Traumatized for life? Oh, man. I've definitely taken the time after someone decided, hey, there is a network connection down. Let me just go in the wiring closet and start doing this. And switching cables that, you know, run between main switches and all that. It is a sign that I am a patient person that no one lost their life that day. Because that was my entire weekend, was going back in there while people weren't in the office. On the weekend, I'd rather have been home and just taking all the wires down off of it, and little by little, getting everything back where it needed to be so that I knew what connected to what, and then putting a big sign that says, the next person who touches my wires will no longer have hands to touch my wires. Because I had plans that weekend that did not happen because the entire company ground to a halt because someone decided to start just snapping in and out cables because one person's network connection went down. And it was a bad cable they roll over in a chair. We don't all want to just come home, just be at home at our court. So I actually have a very complicated home network. Like, I've got a power switch and all that. I don't need this. I can go in the garbage. You can go into permanent storage that I don't have to look at. You can go in the garbage. We have all that. Okay. But it's just one of those things. I've got 15 years software dev experience that. Let's say, did you label the wires to create a diagram? Or did you say F it and the next admin? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I actually did label the wires. Both ends. I started putting the stupid little labels on them. And I made it very clear to my technicians. I appreciate everything you do here, but I will break your hands if you move my wires again. If you do need to test a cable, I'm okay with it. That cable needs to go exactly back where you pulled it, though. That's fine. You can pull your cable, use the tester, and go from there. But if you go flipping my wires around, there's going to be a battle. And the company was a weapons research and development company. It's not the place to have a battle. It's not good for anyone for that battle to happen there. Oh, good, a full stack of hard drives or computers. We've been dying with these things. I just realized I need the things those are spitting out. So let's go check to see if we finally actually have those. Right, so you're going up here. Oh, we finally have well, we have some of them. Basically, I've been needing the things that those make really badly, and it's been a real problem. So I can go ahead and slam those. You're actually trying to get into IT? What are you looking at? What happens when you play this game for any length of time. For the record, I haven't been going and just being like, haha, watch me make Big Factory. We're still just beating the game. This isn't me going farther and farther and saying, hey, I could do more. This is literally just what it's required for me. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm showing the place you're not supposed to see. Literally, this is just me getting through the game. It just gets worse and worse and worse. It is a wonderful game. So let's drop those in there. So I need way more radio control units, and that has been entirely on those. You love the conveyor belts? But this is the part I'm excited about. Let's grab our activated SAM, whatever they're called, SAM fluctuators, because I want to unlock more tech. Because I demand the voices in my head listen to what I say and do as I say. It's just necessary. And that Ada and that voice get along, and it upsets me. I need the voices in my head to stop getting along. Alright. Power augmenter. Let's grab whatever that is. No choo-choo trains? I do have 2 choo-choo trains.
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest.
Harvest.
Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads, many temples burned.
Good to know, that confirms that hypothesis.
Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, depot expansion. Well, let's actually see. Depot expansion.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains wind of symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
Yeah, I understood those words. Okay, so we are running out of crystal oscillators. You love the new cloud storage? Oh yeah, no, I only unlocked it today. Like, literally, we just got it. Right. That's right. I wanted to build more of those, and then I didn't have what I needed to do that because I have been busy. So I need computers and cable, which is what I've been doing now, is I've gotten to the point where I am just feeding stuff into the storage and letting it slowly upload little by little for me and just going with it. Alright, so I needed cable and motors. Oh, that's really not good. Okay. So we've got our stators, and we're out of those. Alright, so we're out of stators, which has made us so we're out of motors. I feel like this is a thing that happens every little while in this run, and is becoming more and more of an issue. So that's the stators going in there, so stators go down here. And that's where stators come out. Do you have the materials you need to keep making stators? Yep. I need cable and rotors. The stator strikes back. The stators have been my undoing so much. Alright, so I need cable. And cable, I believe, is over up here, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to go and just drop all of that down there. Alright. And now let's go grab our rotors. This is finally starting to look like a Satisfactory. The fact that, like, all of that, you see that entire length there, that's only copper sheets. And I'm forever and constantly out of them. This whole thing is just utter madness. What was I? Oh, I was over here for the rotors. The rotors would be one of my lower floors. So, okay, so it's up one more. That's our smart plate, that's our rotors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down here. And go 1, 2, 3, 4. And just let that do its thing. Yeah, and it's working on the screws, getting those out of here. Air fryers do have stators? Interesting. This is really amazing place roll. How many hours is long in this? We are at 65 hours. Okay, and I was actually going over here so I could make more manufacturing locations to give myself more of the crystal oscillator, whatever the junk they are, tech to keep things rolling. And I didn't even check. Are your inputs good? Yeah, so you're running at 100% capacity. What does the stator do? I mean, I'm under the impression it's a part. Oh, I need motors. Stator rotates a rotor? Gotcha. Right. And I went over here to grab the motors and realized I was out of motors. That's where we were. So I can pop down here and I can just steal some motors out of you real fast. Do you think the stator is stationary in the motor? Oh, so it's the stationary part that then you'd use the coils to, you know, spin the magnets. Because you have like brushless magnets and all, or brushless motors and all that. Alright, and you are literally doing nothing because you need supercomputers. Right, we're doing the stators. That's input, that's output. Okay, so if we go all the way to the end of the line, that's at 100%. That means I have what I need to make more. Oh, got too far from my power. Okay. Oh, I also just remembered that I'm going to be dealing with power soon. We're just going to keep getting these all expanded. That should be about right there. Okay, and we're just getting all these hooked up real fast. Clean out the little extra here on the end. I don't know if that last one was positioned right. And more than likely, this is going to break our... Well, you're definitely wrong. They say more than likely what's going to happen is once I hook all these up, we're going to run into problems with our copper wire. And I'm honestly, genuinely not ready for figuring that out. Like, very, very genuinely, my copper wire situation is limited. You can see how much energy you get from the geothermal cars. I haven't gotten that yet. I need to start unlocking everything. Yeah, so we're pushing ourselves into a dangerous place with our power. I could technically take over 12,000, like almost 12,000 megawatts, and my production's at about 9,200. And we are taking about 8,000 megawatts. A big part of that is that monstrosity over there. That particle accelerator is just an absolute monster when it comes to consuming power. Alright, so we're getting more stator production up. So the big question is, if we go to our stator production now, and we take a quick peek here. So that's our wire dropping out as fast as we can make it, just about. Yeah, so those are our stators. They don't really need... I mean, I'll go ahead and upgrade your belts. Or I need more aluminum, so I won't. Alright, that concerns me that that belt is completely devoid of steel pipes. Yeah, so we might literally be pushing the throughput on there. So that's 40 per minute on the wire. This belt can support 760. So 40 per minute, so 40, 80, 120, 240, 360. Okay, so we can actually handle that much wire on the line. The thing that's surprising me, though... Well, okay, so we actually are getting enough steel pipe that we should be okay. Alright. I also need to remember we have the somber sloops. Alright, so I'm getting really worried about our power issue. So there's two things I need to do to help remedy the power issue. Take those out. To remedy the power issue, the things that need to happen is I am going to need to... I'm just dropping these in real fast. I am going to need to get up here and build ourselves another nuclear power plant. But to do the nuclear power plant, I'm going to need to expand my fuel production. I'm also going to need to make a second particle accelerator because my current solution for dealing with my nuclear waste has been to not deal with it, throw it in a box, and pretend it's okay. Understandably, that may not be the most sustainable solution. So let's take a peek. Oh, the radiation's getting real bad up here. Alright. Oh, so like in real life? Okay, so 3 of these containers are full of nuclear waste. Okay, so I'm still on the first container. That's good. The problem is, the stuff I need to fix it is built directly around my awful box of death. You're joking about moving the box to the other side of the map. I'm literally looking, going, where can I put that box that's a little bit farther away so that I can work on fixing my problem and only deal with, like, the regular uranium exposure kind of pollution, and not the depleted nuclear waste kind of... Oh, hey, you can keep that, Cliff. I'll go the other way. Big scary dino man. In real life, they just dig a hole and dump it in there. That isn't unusual from what you see a lot of times. Yeah, no, I need to make... Well, I mean, you need the suit and you need the filters. So I'm gonna go right there. All right. It's time for things to start hurting again. So plan is straightforward. There. Now it's just back away from our problems. Why is the train station named? That's literally the randomized names. I didn't choose those. But yeah. Let's see, is this an avoidable situation with nuclear in this game? Yes, so I can actually process nuclear waste back into nuclear fuel, but I need to set up another particle accelerator to do it. And so this is my consequence for ignoring that problem until it started to escalate. So we just need to get the nuclear pollution far away, and then I should, like, I'll still get radiation damage being in the area, but it will be very trivial compared to what I'm dealing with now. Because it's not that having a single unit of this waste suddenly makes it incredibly lethal and dangerous. It's as you get more and more and more, it builds up and gets worse and worse. And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Let's... Ow. So much nuclear waste. The other option is to build a bridge far away from the island and ship it over. Yeah, well, I'm going to just move it over there. And when that starts to be a problem, I'm just going to daisy chain it a little bit farther. Until that's a problem, I'll just daisy chain... No, eventually I'm going to fix the problem properly. Right now, I need to get more nuclear power going. And to do that, I need to be able to get down to where I'm producing my nuclear fuel rods. And to do that, I need that out of the way so I can get near it for more than 30 seconds before melting. I forgot how much I've gotten there. Considering that belt is moving 760 units of nuclear waste per minute. Okay. Alien Power Augmenter. Generates power based on the total amount of power on the attached power grid. This experimental technology is somehow able to extract power from the Sombers loop by blasting it with energy. I would like to find more of those. So this way. No. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is there... Okay, so it's definitely below us. Well, crap. Hey, I think I know where it is. Wait a second. All right. Switch these out so I actually have a jetpack. Hey, be cool for a minute, right? Okay, I also forgot I need to get more explosives. Yeah, no, we've been checking a lot of waterfalls for him. I had not checked that one. Alright, so the thing I want is I want to get that power boost thing because I want to see what happens. Don't unloop the loop organ. Yeah. And I mentioned to chat a number of times, I really wish with like this whole thing, I could just say I don't care about enemies, I don't care about any of the stuff down here, and I could just rotate between those handful of things I want to be looking for. Because I don't care. Don't you need mats for tier 5 belts? I am feeding those mats into the big storage. So it's the weird thing where I am getting those mats, but I'm getting them in a weird indirect way. Because I have this set up. Okay, so you've already hit capacity on what we can do with the rotors. Yeah, so I've got materials, I toss it here, I'm just shoved in there. Alright, so we can grab that, that'll be for our hard drive. We know where a hard drive that takes that is. So the alien augmenter thing, if I get 2 more of the somber sloops, we can see what I can do with that. Because people have told me it massively boosts the amount of, well, it boosts the amount of power you get out of your network. Oh, where was my radio tower again? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's right here. Because the radio tower is amazing for a couple different things. Yeah, so it's telling me that there are 3 more somber sloops, 75 slugs, and 6 Mercer spheres inside that circle. It won't tell me where. I wish there was a way to get like maybe a cardinal direction kind of thing. If I'm fine not telling me exactly where it is. But yeah. So let's pop over here again, because just up here we have a hard drive I can grab. And I should grab more of those. Still need explosives. That's right. Let me grab the hard drive. We're gonna go back for the explosives. Right, because I still have one over there. I just realized the direction I need to go to get the hard drive is literally the same direction I'm sending my toxic waste. That's fine. Oh, you're back again? Oh no, is that the enemy or is that just a chunk of uranium? If it's uranium, that's not a big deal. Okay, so there's a really dangerous enemy who's been showing up here a bunch. We cleared him a couple times. I'm hoping I can just go up here and say, hey, be cool. Got my hard drive. Yeah, that guy. That guy there sucks. It's a bad time. That gold snail could just, or slug could just stay there for right now. This is a mistake. Because I can't go near my base. Because I've got toxic waste going by there. I'm also kind of wanting them to have a backpack that's both the jetpack and that, because I don't like having to switch, or that you could toggle back and forth or something. Like, if you're nearby, it would just use power, but if you got too far away, it would start consuming fuel. I'm sure there's reasons they don't do it, because you'd be able to exploit it or whatever. I just don't have to toggle back and forth. Still just dumping out the pollution. Okay, so let's go grab ourselves some more explosives and drop off this hard drive. Because unfortunately our matter conversion has also stalled out because of getting the remote control units. And I keep coming back and then fixing a little bit, and fixing a little bit, and fixing a little bit. I do obviously need to properly fix it. Alright, so my explosives should be down here. I'm going to grab like 4 stacks, since I now know I'm going to be needing to explore a bunch. Yeah, I'm still producing a lot of those things that I don't know if I even need anymore, out of fear that I probably am. I grabbed 5. Yes. If you go to your radio tower, it will tell you how many of the things are nearby. Why am I not sleeping? I stayed up late, and then I had a really big raid, and now I'm staying up later. And because I would ideally like to be able to finish all this. Why are you not... There you go.
Thank you, patient_Zorro, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Patient Zorro, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy yourself some advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Okay, so I need more aluminum casings. It looks like we finally hit the point where aluminum casings are insufficient, so we're gonna go work on that. And what are you that's getting backed up? Heat sinks. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so this is the aluminum casing production. It has finally fallen behind. You have an unlikely combat face-off pair-up for you. What? What? Oh, I already see that I don't have the material I need for this. We gotta go check on our aluminum production, because that's only 1 ingot, and I need more than 1 ingot. So something has gone wrong with our aluminum production. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? I bet you over time we've increased our silica consumption on other things other than aluminum, and we finally hit that threshold that we're consuming too much silica. Yeah, I showed that piece of conveyor belt. A TIE fighter and a Raptor, who would win? No one. No one wins when there's a TIE fighter and Raptor involved. Whoever wins still loses. Both of them will just sit there and make really loud noises that no one wants to deal with. Alright, so we need to figure out what's going on with our aluminum production. So let's pop down over here to our... Okay, so we are getting aluminum ingots in, but the box is definitely near empty. And the silica is fine. Oh, you know what? It might be the opposite problem. It might be that I'm not running out of silica. It might literally be that the silica is... Why do you not have power? But it might literally be that the silica has saturated the entire system to the point that there's just no more available space, and therefore the entire process has come to a stop. If that's the case, what I could probably do is put down a smart splitter and an awesome box, and anytime the silica backs up, just say, hey, just shove it in the box. I don't want to see it. But yeah, so this is one of my train routes. It's my aluminum train, so it takes aluminum back, aluminum ingots, and it takes silica out because my aluminum needs the silica to avoid locking up. Yeah, so I can see that both cars are full, which tells me the silica isn't getting emptied on the other side. So I am guessing that our aluminum production has completely stopped or is badly stalled because of bottlenecking on the silica, that we've got too much. So what I probably need to do, yeah, because what would happen is the reaction, yes. So what happened is the reaction of taking the bauxite and turning it into the, aluminum, like the aluminum solution, and then the aluminum scrap, and then all that, that'd get frozen up. So it'd just be a little bit processing, and then the moment that space up, it pulls in the new silica, and it'd just be this little trickle feed that I might only be running one foundry in the whole area. So we got to deal with that. What does the awesome shop cost me or awesome sink? Yeah. Okay. And do I have what I need for the smart split? No, I'm sure an AI limiter, and I've got the AI limiter being made. Yeah, so those all seem like they're running fine. You all seem like you're running fine. Everything seems okay. I mean, I probably just need to improve my output. Alright, so you're consuming 90 aluminum scrap per minute. So that's 90 times 4, 360. And so 360 aluminum scrap per minute. And you're producing 360 aluminum scrap per minute. And you take in 240 of whatever that's the liquid. 240 of the liquid per minute. And you're producing 120, and we've got 2 of them, and that requires bauxite, and I should have plenty of bauxite. And you have 160 water. Okay, so I think where we're at is platform need get bigger. I think we've hit the point that I do need to expand my aluminum production, which has been a long time overdue. I'm also worried because our power problem is still not solved, and this is the kind of thing that gets me distracted and gets my power problem to be worse. I'm sitting here having a long struggle going, do I do this right now? Because this would be a non-trivial addition of power, because that's 30, so it'd be 30, 60, 90, 4 more foundries. That'll be a very significant addition to consumption. Make them not turn them on? I'd probably make them and just turn them on and just come back to it later. Yeah, and you're producing 360 between you. Let's just set it up. If we have power problems, we have power problems. So I need those 2 there. And that means I'll need 1 more here. You're backwards. Alright. Because I'll get this going and we can work on our power stuff. Because honestly, if I do get my power stuff wrong, as long as I don't let the power grid actually drop, there's a lot I could do to deal with problems. If the power grid actually goes offline, that's terrible. because then all my coal mines go off, which means my coal power goes off and doesn't come back out on elegantly by itself. So you need to be that. So drop that in there. And you're that as well. Okay. So I've got the 2 water pipes. So let's check. You are producing 120 water per minute. And you are consuming 180. I'm not going to bother mathing and just go like this. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, then I won't worry about it. Okay, so I've got all the inputs fixed with this, other than power. Cool. And so that brings up the next part, which is the outputs. And we can get all that sorted out. Let's see here. There is a chance my existing bauxite nodes might not support this much. If that is the case, I can just go over and slap down some higher tier stuff. Well, that's not what you want to see. They're literally slowing down on spitting that out. Okay, so cool. So I've got all that run over here. This is all happy, fine, and dandy. And we've got you set up. So let's go ahead and pull that up, pull this up. We can run you over here. And get you out of here. Drop the stand. I also forgot this required coal, which is another thing we get ourselves in trouble with. Alright. Pick up 2 slip hopper down here? That's not a bad idea, actually. So that's the outputs for this. Or the inputs for that. So for this, I'm going to need to go... and do that. We're going ahead and letting this go up, which is something you don't want to do with the water. You do need the pumps to make it play nice. The only reason I'm doing that with this particular case is I don't actually care about the flow rate of the water coming out, just that it doesn't back up. And so I can be pretty ignoring of a lot of this. Alright, so now we need to go here and logistics, merge. In hindsight, I should have started the foundries first, because they can actually do something. Well, this is immediately going to gridlock on this box until we get more foundries online. So with the foundries, yeah, those belts will support more. Oh, I don't have enough iron on me. Hey, train, take me home. Alright. Just a heads up, if you push control, you can highlight multiple things for deconstruction. Yeah, no, I've done that a bunch. So let me go ahead and grab a bunch of iron plate. And I'm going to have to come back. And I'm going to want to expand this. Let's also grab some AI limiters so that I can potentially make the smart storage. Because like I said, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and put an awesome sink there and our smart splitter. That way it can just smart splitter anytime it overwhelms the silica storage there. It just dumps it into the awesome sink. But yeah, so we got our sky rail. I've been very happy with it. And I do think the fixing the aluminum stuff is probably the last thing I'm going to do this stream. Normally I wrap up about 3.5 hours ago, but I was doing a collab earlier. It wrapped up about an hour beforehand. I was like, I want to play more Satisfactory, and then I got into it. And then I went to wrap up, and Sim raided me, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll go longer. Very genuinely, I'm using it as an excuse to go longer. Literally, pretty much every single night I've played this, I've gone longer. Now, granted, this is starting to push the longest I've let myself go over. That said, let's peek in here. Those are starting to back up. That's a problem with Satisfactory. It's hard to stop. Uh-huh. Just do a 24-hour stream? No. Literally tomorrow's my last stream before I gotta fly out. So my intention is to try and do what we can here. Like, I want to finish this tomorrow. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'm gonna sure try though. 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm gonna pop down here. Put that all into our smart storage thing. That's the thing. There's always a one more thing to do, and then another 2 hours has passed. Uh-huh. Well, that's just it. I'm gonna get over there, like, with the aluminum and be like, oh, I just need this one thing, I just need this one thing, I just need this one thing. And it's very easy to get yourself in the loop of just doing more and more and more. So the AI limiter, I believe... Am I in the right building for it? That's a supercomputer. That's a high connectivity. There we go. AI limiter. So I'm going to grab 2 stacks of that. When that clears up, we'll do that. So that should be everything I need to go back over there and set up the things I said I wanted to set up. The train is sadly going to already be gone. And the worst thing is all of that is still in service of getting that one material. Are you full? No space at depot. That's fine. Yeah, no, I grabbed the plates. They're all down here. Alright, so let's get back over to our aluminum production real fast. And get that last bit set up. Did you read the hard drive? No, I think it's literally still in my inventory space. Let's drop that in. Because then by the time I finish setting up the aluminum and all that, we could just see our results. Go grab a recipe. That'll be a good thing to wrap up on. Hopefully we get something fancy. Good, I could just ride the train back. So the good news here is I've got one of those rails is completely filling up. What I want to check is when we unload the aluminum ingots, like how many stacks are we talking we're getting out of here? Is it just like 2 or 3? Or are we talking like this is a very meaningful amount? Okay, it was like 10 or so. That's not as much as I was hoping. But yeah. So we're gonna literally try and double our aluminum production, and that should help a lot. Because the good news is, while the aluminum is extremely complicated to set up, the one major benefit of having that system is when you do finally get the end product, you can make another train. Well, the train is not a bottleneck. The issue isn't the train, because like that cargo container it brought over only had about 10 stacks out of like the 50 or whatever it can carry. So the thing is, it's just not getting much to bring over, which means my production isn't what it needs to be. But yeah, no, I can make more trains, there's just no need for it. The train's capacity is actually really high. Alright, so let's go down here. Special, awesome sink. You can make more trains because trains... I mean, you have a point. So there's the awesome sink. And now we're going to go up here real fast and say... Smart splitter. And... we'll say overflow. Drop it out there. So that time, anytime this is fully blocked up, we're just gonna awesome sink all of those away. So that'll be good news. So that should keep that from ever having the risk of seizing up on that end. And you're already hooked up here. You know what? That'll work. We're gonna literally plan to shove that there. Oh no, wait, that's not what it's gonna do. That's fine. I needed the plates. I was trying to remember where I was at with this. So annoying. That's my fault. It's fine. This is crazy. This is like 60 hours. What is this game? It reminds you of No Man's Sky. It's a lot more like Factorio. And it is a factory automation game. It's called Satisfactory. Basically, it's a kind of game where they start you out. There's like a little rock, and you pick at the little rock, and you get a couple pieces of ore. And then you go up to a workbench, and you smack at your little pieces of ore, and you make them into ingots. And then you smack at those ingots, and you make a plate, and you go, this sucks. And so you make a machine that pulls the rock out of, pulls the ore out of the rock, and then a machine that makes the ore that you pull out of the rock into ingots, and then another machine to turn those ingots into the next thing. And then you're like, well, I want more complicated parts than that. Hey, Armia, how's it going? But yeah, so you just keep expanding out farther and farther. By the way, can I get a shout out for Armia stars, please? No, we're kind of great on the platform. Definitely worth checking out, all good stuff. But yeah, so it is a game where you start out with a very simple task, and you just expand, 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 until you eventually look at your factory and go, how did I get here? How is any of this the way it is? But yeah, for those who missed what happened, is I went over there, I put down one thing and went, oh crap, I don't have the other material I need. So, rather than trying to hook that up, I'm like, it's fine. I'm just going to run back, I'm going to grab the modular frames, and we're going to do that, and I'm going to jump on the train, get back over there, and finish getting the aluminum expanded. We'll ride back, we'll check out our hard drive, and then that's probably where we'll wrap up for the night, because I'm already 4 hours longer than my stream normally going. Let's see, isn't a zip line faster than what you just did? If the zip line is like perfectly in line, unfortunately not all those are. So what ends up happening is I end up having to fall off and like get back on the zip line and hop between them. And it's just more effort versus if I just fly in a straight line, I don't have to put any effort into it. I like putting low effort into stuff. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so you're full of these. That's fine. I'm gonna drop you in there, and you in here, and you in here. Drop a couple of these in here while we're at it. We'll put an AI limiter stack in there as well. Let's see, not gonna lie, this game looks dangerous to you. You get addicted easy. It is absolutely one of those games where, like, it's time for me to go to bed, but no, wait, I'm just gonna finish this thing. No, wait, I'm just gonna finish this thing. No, wait, I'm just gonna finish this thing. And then the sun comes up and you go, what have I done to myself? For the record, the sun has already come up for me. Like, legitimately, there's sunlight right over there. So, that's not good. Let's see, so you've scattered around some Satisfactory stream, and you've landed on yours because you explain things well? Good job. Well, thank you. I actually have a background where I am a former educator, college level. And I've both done that formal and informal. So I've actually taught at, it was called community college at the time. Now they're calling them state colleges, but that level. So I taught piece repair, advanced piece repair, A+ the CompTIA A+ certification. Is what I taught in the formal one, and then the informal one was a whole range of software development technologies and stuff like that. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Which, when I say informal, to give you an idea of what that was, I'm not going to say the company name because don't dox yourself, but when it gets to like software development and all that, you might get a computer science degree at university or college or whatever, that's fine, and they might teach you Java. And then you go, hey, I want to go get a job, and they say, hey, well, we do C# here. And you go, oh, hey, university, do you teach C#? And then the university says, no, we don't. And then you scratch your head and go, well, how am I supposed to learn? And so we would have courses to teach you specific technologies, you know, something you wouldn't go back to college for or whatever. But, you know, some people learn better doing, like, tutorials themselves. Some people learn better, you know, with, like, code camps and all that. And so we offered kind of the equivalent of a actual course. Like, you'd sit down, we'd have lessons and all that. Now, it wasn't like the, you need to do your homework, you have your exam to take or anything like that. It was, you would be presented with a video that we'd go through and be like, hey, here's the technology you're learning, here's how it works, yada, yada, yada. You know, here's how you declare a variable, here's how you do this, like whatever it is you're learning. And all that kind of stuff. And then what ended up happening is after you had a couple of minutes of that, like 10, 15 minutes of that, we go, okay, now we've got a whole thing where in your browser, we would literally have where you could code. We would take that code and run unit tests against it and everything and actually execute it and make sure it does what it's supposed to. And then if it doesn't, we go, hey, it looks like your method signature is wrong, you know, yada, yada, yada. Like whatever feedback was appropriate. Which, if you ever want to know where you can go for best practices to die, it's the education use case. Because do you know what is extremely hard to do? Tell a computer to do a compiled programming language where it doesn't want to even let you attempt to run it unless it's run correctly. And tell it, you know, hey, I know this code is definitely wrong, but if you just let me go ahead and run unit tests against that code that shouldn't compile anyways, that'd be swell. And it is an art fighting with the compiler to get it to do stuff when the computer's trying to protect you from yourself, saying, no, I really don't want to deal with that. And there's ways to do it, but it's definitely the kind of ways that outside of that one specific use case, anyone looking at that code would say, that is unacceptable, we're not allowing it. But in this case, you see, like, no, for real. This is actually a novel use case. This actually does need to happen this way. But I'm thinking of the follow-up stream. Let's see. Wouldn't anyone who can do Java probably pick C# with a little effort? Yeah, no, they're similar enough. The languages are similar enough that, you know, your methods will be different, but like the basic code structure's mostly the same. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So what is going on here? Do we have a bottleneck on the belt? I mean, that does take a lot. Oh no, those are already tier 4 belts. Yeah, those are already tier 4 belts. Are they tier 4 on the outside? No, you are not. There's the problem. Let's make sure it's tier 4 the rest of the way in there. You're like the farthest thing for program. Not gonna lie, you do audio. So that is all wizardry for me. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's like learning a foreign language. That's usually the way I'll describe it. And so just like learning a foreign language, when you first face it, everything seems like, you know, impossible and daunting and all that until you know enough of the words. And then once you start getting enough of it, it starts to make sense, and then you're able to piece it together a bit more and more. But there is definitely that first part where you don't know, and it's just everything's the whole thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we've got all those smashed in there. We'll get those. Okay, so that should help with that. So the good news is, I believe with what we've got there now, this should all be sorted. It should take a little bit for it to fill up. We might literally be running into belt limitations on this. Which was not... Well, I mean, that's actually fine. It probably just needs time to build up the supply here. So you're not getting enough silica in there. So let's make sure the silica line is sufficient. Aha! There's one segment right here that wasn't upgraded. That should fix that. That's what you want to see. Okay, so that should fill up relatively quickly, and we should be in business. And we did math that out, so now it should be in much better order. So now if I go to this thing, that's what we want to see, is that this is filling up at a much faster rate. Because this is about how much we had the last time when it arrived, and the train isn't even visibly heading our direction yet. So that should be a massive increase. This is still emptying out. And like I said, we've reached the point that we are shunting any extra, just dumping it in the awesome sink. The silica is not worth much in the way of points to unlock coupons, but right now I need to keep it from not backing up the entire system and jamming it up. So that's what that's for. All right, train. I'm wanting to get an idea of how much we can fill this up before the train arrives. It won't be a full load from what we're going to see in the future, but we're getting there. Okay, so that belt is stopping. All right, so that is good news. It does imply that both of those are probably fine. And then we'll check out our hard drive back home. And once we check out our hard drive back home, then we will we'll probably wrap up, because otherwise we'll start another project. And I am legitimately getting tired now. I was feeling perfectly fine, like, energy levels wise, until, like, just about 5 minutes ago. And I just got over, well, I say got over, like, I'm not 100% yet from COVID, but I'm, testing negative, and I'm starting to get, like, my energy levels were still crap for a while after I got, testing negative. So I'd say, like, I'm 80, 90% of the way there. But, yeah, no, when it hits you when the energy drops, it's just like, it's like if you think back to like children's toys when you take the battery out and it's just like right before the battery drains, where you have like the little Barbie or robot or GI Joe or whatever. It's like karate. It's that same feeling where it's like I'm still technically functioning, but we're starting to wind down. Also, good time. You gotta start working, and you can't be addicted to watching factory construction. Yeah. To be fair, part of the other reason I'm not doing the next thing You feel like you hit a steel wall almost. Yeah, no, it's just like you suddenly go from everything's fine, the second wind drops, and it's not so great. It's been more than 12 hours? Oh yeah. Well, so back in the day when I first started streaming, I used to stream, I say back in the day like it's forever ago, like 3 years ago or whatever it is now, when I would start stream, I would stream 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, so we have pure quartz crystal and wet concrete. Genuinely, I don't care about either of those recipes. Alright. This, on the other hand, I probably don't already, like, I don't actually think I care about these either. I have to choose one, and honestly, I don't see myself using them. That's fine. Select reward. It's a whatever. It's still one less recipe. Yeah, no, and I did that for basically a year. And for the record, at first, that was like right around the time that I had left. No, actually, no, it's not true. When I first started, it wasn't quite that much. And then I left the job I had been working because it got acquired, and it was a bad acquisition is the way I'd describe it. And from there, like, I was going to put myself on, like, a sabbatical because I've been working nonstop since I was legally able, and I was like, you know what? I just need a break. And then, as I went on that sabbatical and everything, is about the time the channel started blowing up in a big way. And so I was like, alright, I guess I'll do this for a while. And so I was streaming at the time. The pandemic was, like, in full swing. And so I was like, alright, well, maybe I'll see what happens with this. Give me that. Give me that. And that's been going on almost 3 years ago. And, like, once I decided I was gonna go, like, I was gonna put that time in, genuinely, it was what, like, 6, 7, 8 months later, I got partnered. And, like, the channel's been mostly in an upward growth trajectory the whole time. Now, granted, there was, like, one massive spike down. It was just, I had been doing Project Zomboid as a variety content. I had a world record run going, so my channel, like, blew up in a big way, because it was right as Build 41 was happening that run kind of picked up and all that. So it was, like, very right place, right time. And so when that character died, which was right around the time, like, Project Zomboid started really dropping off, that killed my numbers for a little while. And then, you know, I'd always been variety, it's just that's what I got known for. So that hurt. But we're back up above where we were there, so it's like if you took the line, you went back, you just took it like that, it would go the whole way through. But there was like this whole like steep up and then drop, and then, you know, back onto the path. So with that said, chat, I have been streaming entirely too long today. This past week, had normally been playing a little bit after I ended stream. I'm going to bed. It is sunlight outside, and it was not, like, it was sunlight when I started stream, and it was sunlight now that I'm doing that, and there was a nighttime in between. So I gotta go to sleep. But thank you again so much. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here. I do play a whole range of different games. I play a lot of RimWorld. I play a lot of Simulation. I play, like, we've been playing a lot of Satisfactory. I do the occasional, like, slice of life sim, so, you know, your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, your all that stuff. I play a very wide range of games. But I always try to make it a good time, have a good time, and all that good stuff. I do stream normally every days, but Thursdays and Fridays from, I was going to say 7 a.m. EST, but that sounds terrible. 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. So normally I would have wrapped up about 4 hours ago. But in the meantime, what's going to happen is if you're watching on YouTube, because they do stream to both platforms, YouTube stream is going to abruptly be ending because there's no rating over there. But hang out if you're over here on Twitch, because I am going to go find someone for us to raid, and I don't know who, because normally